if the question of sanity of Zimbabweans, it's a very interesting issue. Pakuti, who would be normal in an abnormal society?
What if the people who are not normal are the ones who judge the abnormal?
Well, look, in a class of mad people, no one can judge the other.
But how many people accept that logic? That who am I to judge Chikanga? Who am I to judge Sunday Express? You have done the best you can. Let me celebrate what you have done. If I have any better suggestion, I help you. How many people are sick who don't admit that they're sick?
Yeah, a lot.
How many countries say they are not in crisis when they're in crisis?
A lot. They won't admit.
How many presidents behave as if they are not? They know everything when they know nothing.
Yeah, true.
And how many journalists behave as if they're journalists when they're not journalists?
Yeah, there's quite a large number.
But how many of them would admit that, no, I'm not a journalist, and this is fake news?
Well, it's a thin line with journalism and activism and politics, because at the end of the day, you are playing in the game. You cannot analyze politics if you don't understand it. You cannot analyze sports if you don't understand it. You cannot analyze religion if you don't understand it. So if you are a journalist and you are reporting about the demonstrations and police tear gas, people on the streets, shortages, just people in poverty and so on, you at some point you have to play and take a side. If you're going to report about freedom of people, you must be happy for the people who are free, not for the oppressor.
Okay, how many, is there a shared understanding of what oppression is?
Well, as I'm saying, then there's the two sides of every side. You have to understand oppression from the side of the victim, but also from the side of the oppressor. Because what the oppressor is doing is, on his mind, is right. But the one who is being oppressed is in opposition to that.
All right. So if you look at Mukoma Masimba, do you think he is a sick man, judging by what he has said?
You're putting me on the spot. I was trying not to have an opinion about Mukoma Masimba.
No, let's have an opinion, because we need him to know what we think.
My honest opinion, I'm on the news group. Someone posted, one of our senior readers, Aripo kept out, akaposta kuti, what we need to do is to ask his sister. I think he said he's connected to his sister, to come and speak what the family is saying. Personally, I've heard a lot about what I've listened to what Masimba is saying. I can speak. I know for the whole week I've been trying to understand what is more deeper, what is he saying, why does he do this, and so on. I really want to hear the history of the speech.
All right, Rajkanga, let's say you got a wife, you sleep in the same bed. Are you suggesting you would want to ask your wife to know what you are thinking when she can't even know what is on your WhatsApp messages?
Well, I speak to my wife all the time and she knows what I'm thinking.
Then you are a very good husband. But how many husbands would not even know what their partner is thinking?
Yes, it's a relationship.
How many relatives don't even know what you are going through as a person? and they don't even talk to each other. And you find some of the Vatorwa and Varipaduzi. Is that not normal?
No, it is a fair assessment. I think because of diasporic issues and people living far apart and so on, you find that your immediate neighbors and people around you, at your school, at your work, at your so on. Yes, I accept that Vatorwa can be closer to you than your direct relatives. I accept that one.
All right. So if we accept that, that could be true that the people who look at a glass, some of them will say it's half full, and some will say it's half empty. But they are describing the same fact. But if we were to talk to Mukoma Masimba to say, hang on, there are people who genuinely believe you are sick and you need help. Where do you stand? If I asked him today, are you playing it up or are you sick? What do you think he would say?
Yeah, that one was exhausted on the news. He's going to say he's not sick.
But yet other people are saying he's sick. It's like Zimbabwe. People say the government is corrupt. And the people in government turn around and say, show us where the corruption is. And we arrest the people. Give us evidence.
Yeah. Because they say because with corruption, you need both the corruptor and the corruptee. Corruption is not a one-man occurrence. You need both parties to carry out.
It's like sex. Is that correct?
True.
So if it's private,
well, unless you are pleasuring yourself.
Yeah.
I was saying, unless you are having sex with a dog.
That's right. which is possible.
Apparently, they sell a lot.
They sell a lot. What if Mukoma Masimba is trying to give us a lesson about the state of affairs, not in Zimbabwe, but in the minds of the people who call themselves Zimbabweans?
I agree and say that Mukoma Masimba could have a message.
Yeah.
Disagree.
Okay.
Like we say in our newspaper, I might not agree with you or so on. I see you must be given a fair chance to speak, and when you speak, you must be heard. So, Mr. Mukoma Masimba has got something that he wants to say.
Yeah.
I see, Lily, it is my belief that Mukoma Masimba could say what he is saying. Akapfeka worksuit yako kana wakapfeka jacket and tie and suit zvakanaka wotaura in formal language.
Okay.
Wotaura zvakatongonaka and unotongonzika. We will listen to you and we will hear you. If you speak like any other guy, I would also football. As I'm saying, I keep on speaking about football because I'm a big fan. I was a former football player. In fact, I'm still playing football. So what I'm trying to say is that it is some of the theatrics, if I were to put it like that, some of the language and emotion that he bring into it, and some of the sort of the extra world.
But Wachikanga, do you agree that politicians are comedians?
Oh yes, big time.
And they do anything to get popularity.
No, there's clean comedy and dirty ones.
And do you agree that life is a comedy?
No, true.
So why would we want to limit the comedy coming from Mukoma Masimba and celebrate others in ties and suits looking respectable when there's not, everything is rotten?
Mr. Mawere, you know that image matters. Even what you say, what you do, what you...
So we pay for the image. We pay the... Would you want a bullshitter for a president who wears a suit? No. I'm saying is a Bashkanga. Can we do a show on Mkupe yesterday? We read the audio, we analyze it. We listen to the audio, we ask Mukoma Masimba to analyze it and check whether it's okay. And judge between the two of them who is making sense.
For you and me to take this discussion to another level, a logical conclusion, and one that you and me can both come back and say, discussion, I would say you and me need to research this.
All right, no problem. A good part of 30 or 45 minutes. No, because we now have a show line. We now have something for the Sunday Express to talk about this Masimba guy as our model politician. Vane matai, vane mazino, uya hana mazino. Yokudya dodi, nokumwa weti. That's right.
A lot of this stuff, some of these people, ordinary people, yes, I have no problem with that. I'm running a business newspaper, and I've worked for a business newspaper all my life. And I can tell you, we spend a lot of time discussing shares, discussing directors,
that's right,
movement, and so on. We are not saying there's no space for other stuff. As kind of when I stand the world,
no, you know what happened in the De Beers board. Did you hear the story about Sister John Rhodes?
Which one?
Sister John Rhodes was the founder of De Beers.
Correct.
And in the board of De Beers, there were educated people. And there was one guy who was not educated, who was on the board. And the other directors asked Rhodes, why do you have this man in the board? And every time he cracks jokes, some of them are just raw, naked, and foolish. And you know what Rhodes' response was?
No.
He said, that guy is the best director for me. Because he makes me relax. He makes me take things that are so serious calmly. The other people are asking me, I must know everything. I'm the chairman, and I don't know anything, and I'm embarrassed to tell them that I actually don't know what they're talking about.
You were impressed by this thing who was throwing blunt jokes.
That's right. He says he's challenging my mind, and he makes me relax. So why can't we have that on our show, just to show that a Ukrainian a comedian can be president.
Well, yeah, okay, no, we'll give him time and space. And I think I would love to bring in more people that deal with behavioral sciences and study of human beings.
Oh, Saka, in what I'm saying, our cooperation with you, I will propose that we talk about corporate matters with Mukoma Masimba.
We can, but
no, I have been also misunderstood. You know how I knew him?
No, I don't.
He attacked me on Facebook, on my Facebook page, before Facebook Live. Because Mawere, you are a thief, you externalized money, people in Zimbabwe are looking for you, you ran away from the country. I said that is fiction. So I gave him all the papers. And he was embarrassed that he didn't know. Everything he knew he had read in the newspapers.
Okay.
Then we started the radio and I said, come on radio to understand these corporate issues. Every day morning he would be there in Australia, phoning in, contributing. Okay. Then he says, Mukoma, nyaya corporate hazinakidzi vanhu. Vanoda zvemadhodhi. Vanoda fiction. They would want to follow it like nyama, abstract flies. That people are not interested in the serious matters. So he approached me a few weeks ago. He says, Mukoma, I have now learned you were correct. That the Zimbabwe public can be sold a dummy and they'll believe the dummy. That's why Zimbabwe is in crisis.
Yeah, all right. So, Mr. Mawere, as I'm saying, I'm going to go back to tell him I've secured a slot for you. It's just a person who got a work out.
Total logistics in Arudo. Our first guest is Mukoma Masimba. We export him from the group into the public and we put him together with Rudo on the hot seat. Tutanga yesterday, I asked her yesterday and I said I will not proceed until I talk to you. Because we want your media to grow.
Yeah, all right. So it's fine. I'm going to call it now because I know she's going to be very happy. And then he must go to the logistics.
Yeah, uyu Mukoma Masimba ari Australia abva ajamba akapinda panapa manje.
Makadi wachikanga.
Mr. Masimba.
Why are you talking about me?
Because Mamuri pa hot seat
Yes.
Mamuri pa news program you know the hot seat.
Yes.
Saka pamakaita interview ipapo muchitaura host wedu anochirwara ndopamakaita interview yese ndopamaita interview yenyu ndobva mareaders atanga kutaura nini.
Yes.
But pane nyaya ndakatozombozwisisa ini ndobva ndatokomenta pagrupu imi munobvunza Mr. Temba bvuswa kudhanzi Temba ibva panapa pagrupu panapa vanhu vese havambokuti iwewe Temba pano pagrupu panapa and so on. Ndobva ndakomenta ndikati ko mhosva yedu isusu segrupu yayechi isusu takatokupaiwo mukana kuti pahot seat because pane vamwe vari kumbouya vachitaura pahot seat payapaya but Rudo akatiudza kuti imimi Mukoma Masimba you got a good following pafacebook vanhu vari kutaura nezvenyu maenda pamagroups akawanda pavhenge pasismeli patatenishasi patilda there is a good following asi imi maakudzoka maakuti hanzi vanhu ngavabvure panewsgroup yedu inotabvunza yepahot seat hana kutombozvibvunzisa imi.
Yes. Number one, and not following, and my followers. I am me, I'm just one. I'm writing a book and I'm looking for my mother. That's all I know. Then I created that opportunity. That's why you invited me. So I'm not going to come. Okay? I want to close it there. Then Patemba Masimba, I asked you a question. Someone can claim one of the best MPs. Says, no, what has he done? Temba has done nothing for Noto. Then you come back to Makanyara. Then they are lies, they love you. People like you, what Kanga? People like you're quite.
Ryan Nubleka, yeah. Vachikanga tinga arrange Irena Rudo so that we dig deeper into this matter.
No, not yet, because those are dig deeper into the program and it's not open and I want to understand what is dig deeper. In fact, we wanted to write an article about it, but I couldn't get to hear the program yakatanga saying and what does it seek to achieve. But if you are saying this is the entry point that we are going to come in with the Rudo onto 1873, then I'm saying yes, let's go for it.
Let's go for it, yeah. I think we are going to explain why dig deeper, because I'm the one who started from Mukoma Masimba to say on SMM, dig deeper before you conclude.
Yes.
Check your facts. Don't come with gossip here. And
no, it's fine. I agree. I accept.
Yeah. So we will have a show, the dig deeper, inspired by the Digital Express.
Yes.
So you are the inspiration for this, and you are raising valid questions about Mukoma Masimba, that there must be a civilized way of expressing yourself, of conducting yourself, to be taken seriously.
Yes.
And journalists must not compromise themselves by associating themselves with people they can't understand.
True.
And the writer cannot be expected to write something without understanding the subject matter. Go deeper, Yema Dodere.
Right now.
All right. So I think that was not meant. He wanted to talk something serious about building a platform for people to enjoy and express themselves in this digital age. How do we get those angels called journalists to be able to showcase their talent and be proud to be journalists? And all that, I think it will be part of this joint venture with Mr. Chikanga's platforms and what we are doing using Rudo and himself, Mr. Chikanga. He's a journalist of record, so that he can tell us what the state of affairs are in journalism.
That sounds good.
All right, so we've been touched. So Mukoma Masimba, let's not pull punches. He was not prepared to talk to you.
Yep.
He thinks you are a bullshitter. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Kanga. I can't wait to talk to you soon. I want to engage with you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
That's right.
I'm here to learn, Mukoma.
All right, no problem.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Mr. Moe, can you please add Mukoma Abi Madishona, and I think there's a link. Mukoma Abi, can you please come? He's a mental professional. I need his job.
No, he's not here. He's not here yet.
What in comment section? Mukoma Abi Madishona. He's in Australia. He's a mental health expert. So I need his help.
No, I don't see him. He's not here.
Abi Madishona, can you please check your inbox? Link. I need your help, my brother.
All right. So you heard what is being said about you.
Yeah, and that's just late in the but otherwise, like what you said, to schedule another show. Chance will engage later on.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I think Yeah, okay. And then someone says, Mukoma Masimba, Chimbosiana and Madodi. We still need to eat our breakfast. Okay. I think that's a fair.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. But let's say, what is fact? What is fiction?
Yes.
That's a show for another day, Jack. Chokwadi, before you conclude, dig deeper.
Yep.
Be where.
Mr. Moore, did show today Uncle Jed?
Yeah.
Show now today, did one Uncle Jed, 6 p.m. UK time. Yep.
Okay, 6 p.m. Mukoma Masimba will be with Uncle Jed. That's breaking news. And you want to tell us what the show is about, or you want to do it later?
Hosting Mukoma Masimba, so I don't even know about that show, but Uncle Jed is hosting me today, 6 p.m.
Okay, can you give us an update? Are you now allowed to use the phone?
Yes, I'm allowed to use my phone.
So you managed to negotiate, you didn't fight, you didn't pull a gun or a knife?
I don't fight, Mr. Mawere. I sit down, I go deeper, then I got the phone.
And Nyasha says, Akurwara Erema Mukoma Masimba, we support you all the way. Mukoma Masimba, Aruguzi Ere. And he says, Andy, before you ask, what is fact? What is fiction? And Mukoma Masimba, you are looking good for Uncle Jed today. So it's a good Friday. Thank God it's Friday, and you are going to be showcasing.
Yep, I'll wake up, I'll shower, I'll look better. I'll be looking better.
And then being the reaper, I'm not prepared to talk to Mukoma Masimba now. Masimba will get what he needs from the hospital. That's Bimandishona. And let's salute Abby for saying that. That if you're in hospital, let's defer our comments about your sickness, so that those who are trained to examine you, attend to you, they can do so as they are required in privacy, respecting the patient, respecting the provider of service. How many of us would want to be experts when the expertise is not required?
You know, when do that, Bimanishona? That you have this paper today. You know, a treatment order. So I don't know what it means. So they are simply saying, dosage young, where could increase one? Where can I buy my Jackson? So they asked me to go through this. So Mukoma Madishona, I'm asking for emotional support from you as a brother in the community with experience. So they're telling me they want to increase the dosage. So that's why I'm asking you, Madishona, what are my rights? Can I say no? When I put this paper in, treatment order. That's
a temporary treatment order. So, Mr. Mandishona, what is the import of this temporary treatment order? If you know something, and in terms of rights and duties, if they've intended you as a mental patient, can you resist this order? If so, what would be the grounds for resisting it when you are in hospital?
Yeah. So that's all I wanted to hear from him. But in emergency, and because if he comes here, someone can also benefit. I can't call him because I don't have time to call him one-on-one. I'm too busy. I'm looking for my mother. So, Mr. Mandishwan, I'm asking you, because tomorrow they said they're going to increase my dosage to 400, and this is no really. I don't know what it means. He's an expert. He's my brother, community leader. And
if there's any lawyer out there, why resisting if you need help? That's one question. This confirms that there is a problem, Mukoma Masimba. And he's saying that he's a professional. It would be unprofessional for him to advise somebody in a public domain.
There's nothing like that, Mr. Mawere. There's nothing like that. That's a lie.
But if we are building communities and we are discussing with members of the community who are professionals, why shouldn't this be a platform for building community power to comply, also to reason where reason may fail, where logic may be absent? We find those with logic founded on experience and also logic founded on superior thinking informed by training.
There's something.
If you have the food treatment so you recover, please. Yes, AB says, I can answer. And if you can answer, then that will help you. And there is cannot talk online confidential information. Let AB talk.
Mr. Mawere, if he's typing, right, I'm only asking him to put his typing to audio or to audible, right? Then when you type what you type and I was really safe. That's a lie. That's a lie. They lie, these professional people. They lie a lot. They don't even know. There's no way with the professional boundaries. And hospital, wow, I'm here on my platform. I'm here on my station. He's here. He's commenting here. But he can't talk. That's a lie.
No, he didn't say that. Ab says he can talk. And I think we're just waiting for the next step from him so that he can share his own professional opinion on that temporary order, because they've given you to read it. And it's perfectly okay for you to understand what you're signing.
I'll give you the storyline. Pani a girl, she's 27, tawiri na panapa. Then today doctors came, 4 or 5 my doctors out, and tawiri to the dosage yako. That's like, are you telling me if I'm mental, psych, I cannot have feelings? I'm an adult, he's an adult. Tawiri na tega. So what's wrong with this? Doctors, this video panapa. What? Show me the police. I'm not going to police. Hospital.
So you are saying you fell in love in the hospital with another patient or what?
A patient.
So it's 2 patients falling in love.
Then I asked them first, can I go sleep in a room? Right? He gave me consent. We have room. And no. That why? They can't answer me. That show me the policy. Then we started having a fight. They called security. Then they put me in isolation. They ran out of isolation, Mr. Mogiri. There is one with nothing. So then you get the computers. They are saying we're going to increase your dosage. No. I want to join you.
No. I'm saying is you fell in love with the patient.
Yes.
And what are the rules regarding falling in love with the patient?
There are no rules, Mr. Mogiri.
No. There must be some. You are trying to recover, and then you are now falling in love with somebody who is also presumed to be going through problems.
And suppose you about Africa, this is our discussion. Why are you getting involved in my personal space? Why are you allowing me to sit next to her? Then you can't allow me to touch it.
No. I'm saying if you go to a hotel and you fall in love with a worker at the hotel, what would follow?
With the worker?
Yeah.
Of course, there are professional boundaries, right? Whereby the worker is being told you cannot fall in love with the client. But I can make a plan, put a number, and text a letter. I can make a plan.
But that's your secret affair. But you are saying that you wanted to sleep in the premises provided for you by the taxpayers of Australia.
Mr. Mawere, if where I live, it's a government house. I live in a government house. This is provided by taxpayers. How come I can take a girlfriend inside that government house? But I can't take it. I can't keep it in a room.
But are you testing whether falling in love is permissible or not?
I even told them in Australia, one of our deputy prime ministers, he fell in love with a secretary, right?
But that I don't think they were in a mental institution. Shona, good evening.
Hey, good evening. Good evening. How are you?
How are you?
Yeah, I'm
Finally,
doing.
finally,
Yeah,
it's good to hear your voice.
that's good. Anyway, I just want to answer, Masimba question. Eh, vatara kuti varida kuincrease dosage.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah. So what you need to do, because I'm not allowed to provide.
Mukoma, I'm
Uh,
asking you your opinion, not your professional
yes.
opinion.
Yes, professional opinion yandiri kupa ndeyekuti izvo you need to ask them what are the side effects of doing it.
Because
Why
there's
do they? Yeah.
that's because I challenged them yesterday. I told them you're talking nonsense. Then they called the security. Then I went to sleep in isolation. Morning time, 4 doctors came. How are you doing? I'm doing well. I want my girlfriend. Where is she? She's also looking for me too. Like, she's crying already. What tribe is
Uh,
Danana?
the only problem is they need to ascertain whether the other girl is capacitated to make informed decisions, because Kanaurimu, that institution, everyone there is vulnerable, because you are there for a reason. If you get discharged while it was medically cleared to be out of that institution, therefore you can actually do whatever you want, because Mesemurima patients in that.
Is it the law or what? Or you're thinking?
What's up?
Is that the law or you're telling me about your thinking? It's not making
No,
sense.
it's a judgment, because the other person, you may be able to consent for that, she may not be able to consent for anything. She might
Why?
not be capacitated to make.
Kissana, Manisa Pura was supposed to stop kissing, but they can't allow me to go deeper. But they allow me to kiss the girl. Doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah,
She tells me,
that's.
we want to go deeper. Now put them a condom, I want to go deeper. Right? Here the girl, the baby girl, or like a baby girl. I didn't do ask can I cheat? I don't ask can I cheat? Like a father one. But I want to see if I give you a baby, it's gonna be a chocolate skin baby. It's gonna be chocolate skin. Taronga tuleta mwana wetu pana pa kutirambidza ngati mwana wacho pala pasitera hospital yacho. I told the daughter I want to name our daughter in the name of this hospital. Then they come back and talk about dosage tomorrow, from tomorrow. Like, no, please give me the police. One paper, the treatment, temporary treatment order each. Doesn't make sense, this paper here.
So, Masimba, this is a very controversial area. Apana answer chaya wanakupa. But what you need to know, you are a patient, Imam, and the other girl is a patient. The
I
focus
don't know if she's a
is.
patient. I just met her here. I don't even know if she's a patient. I just met her here. I never asked her, are you a patient or I never asked that. She never asked me too.
So, how
Right?
do you get to know her? What does she do there?
I don't know mu lounge, pa couch.
Yeah,
If they can allow me to speak, I'm attracted to
patient. Yeah, patient, but the staff member is not allowed to make any relations.
so I think
Anyone.
why
Yeah.
are we cutting? Why are we kissing in their face?
So
Why?
she must be a patient. They can't talk to you about your situation, but from what I'm understanding is Kanaidi staff member, they are not allowed to do that. It's a
I
no-no.
don't got a bomb.
Yeah. Yeah, Kanachgarai Papo, a patient.
And then this is you. That's kind of wow. That's what I know. It's kind of wow. That's what I know.
The thing is, what they don't want is they're just trying to be very nice, not to escalate anything. But what I'm trying to tell you is, Kanaurimu Pangvayo, you are just there for treatment, not to make any more relations.
I'm not going anywhere. I told her I'm going to stay. She's been here for 2 months. I said, I'm also going to be here with you, darling. The day she goes, I go out today. That's what I told the doctors. Then they put me in isolation, right? That isolation. With no camera, no phone, no TV, nothing. That is bullying. They're bullying me. These doctors here.
Yeah, so this is where they need to set my boundaries in a way, because they are an institution to provide a service. Just like iwe uchienda kune hospital, you are just there for treatment, not to make my relations.
Treatment has to shanda. I told them kuti simple diagnosis yacho hapana. We're still trying to find out what Simba uri more complicated. Today you're fine, tomorrow you're this. That I came here to give you a solution for coronavirus. Then you told me Rupenga. Then they want to increase dosage. For what? For what?
Like I said to you, Masimba, a long time ago, situation yako, we don't know exactly what it is. It's not something that they can come up with a solution overnight. They can
has to make you come down. I didn't want to be hyper. It's my choice.
Do you know, Masimba, how long does it take to become a psychiatrist?
I don't care. I don't care. I don't even need them.
I'm just sharing you that.
I even fight them. I want to see them tomorrow.
I'm just sharing you the knowledge. Your situation, for them, it's not a problem. The problem is how.
I'm looking for my mother. I don't care, my brother. I don't care. I don't care, my brother. I don't care. I don't care. Okay? I don't care. Well, that's what I want to get. That's what I want.
So msikana wako anditi une mukadzi here ko mukadzi wako wazoenda
izvozvo zvezvangu mapersonal angu hazvina basa ndaona musikana wangu panapa nikamurungu kangu
so Masimba, I know
ine shumba zinoruma ziketomboke ndakura neshumba ndine shumba mafoto but tine shumba yedu inonzi Simba topabva zita rangu inini muvhiyo mwana akafara ibhebhe rangu ini manesi toda kuti netsa ini manesi
so Masimba, they can't actually accept my rules. They are an institution.
Okay, they allow me to kisana to battle mazamu. Mr. Moeri, mwana to kisana mwana tagara pa couch. Right? Mwana di Simba, I need you now. Let's go. This like a bob. This is mwana bachi kwa room hapa kwa private. That's
those are chatoramba wachita unless she make a sense to you. You are not there to make my relations. You are there to be treated. The other person can asinga consequita consent to their relationship. Anenga are incapacitated, so anenga are vulnerable. So they need to make sure kuti my parents ake anenga asinga zvifarire izvozvo. So they will be in trouble. It's just like you. Vachikuona uchimhanyisana nemusikana mukadzi wako kana wangoine mukadzi wako anenge ari consent anovapinza patrouble. So it's either way. Pamwe anenge ari under guardianship paine munhu ane authority over her. So it's a very difficult situation. So my advice to you, ukaramba uchizviita izvozvo, they will keep on doing what they've done.
No, right now, Masimba, is it necessary to kupisa hembe? All right. Secondly, are you testing the system or what?
No, I'm not testing that.
If you went to this for a single purpose to get healed, it's not a hotel, it's not a classroom, it's not a bedroom. Why would you go out of your way to provoke?
No,
the thing is, you know your single purpose by agreeing to be there. You are bound.
They forced me to be here. They forced me to be here. Now, you forced me to be here. I came here.
I'm saying is you are already there, and then you are telling us things that expose that there is a problem. Because if there's no problem, but Mska, now how do you know your true condition?
I don't mind. Love
is not animal love.
Yeah, so the issue of the matter is Mukoma Masimba munhu wauri kuda hapana problem yekunzi munhu wada munhu, but the issue of the matter is if that person is able to consent to that relationship, if that person is capacitated to make their own decisions.
Mukana akatokwana akatonaka. Atini 2 months ari pana achari zvepana. Like, don't worry, I'll stay with you because I love you. Saka ina achati bude panapa.
No, but are you competent to make the decision?
Andida basa tataurana tega tekatokisana
No,
tukunana
the fact that she's there is not because she's pretty.
aina katinakira mwana mr ani blonde here mr mwana kamana kakanakika ende kamana chakati kubako kune mari chichimayo chatu panapa katigira masigarettes tikatoigirwa zvekeke
pane incentive now.
Saka Masimba wangotonyenga kudhara watodiwa kudhara ione
mukadzi mwana tikunditera mashiro wacho kunditera chiparira skin yangu
anenge asingazviye zvaari kuita Masimba anenge achitodawo munhu akaita sewo kutomuchengetedzawo unonge uchifanira kutomuchengetedzawo kutomuita nurturing womutaura kuti hazviitwe tauya kuzorapwa. That's what you're there for.
Why did you come here? I came here to give them a solution for coronavirus. That's what I came here for. Here I go to hold my police. Say what about them? I have don't go out to Garapano. Tell them one para to them past the sun to level hospital. Have to do
Mapo nakapa mavere pana paka woma. Paka woma saka Masimba. What I need to advise you, Masimba, will need a period of time kuti zvifambe zvakanaka.
I don't need your time.
No, what I'm saying to you is, Masimba, I need to be straight with you. This will take a bit of time kuti zvifambe. You've got good days and bad days. And my good days, though my days unokwanisa kuchita zvakanaka uchiwira nevanhu, but zvinosvika pazvine zvakaipa, you may not notice it. This is where the problem is. This is what they are trying to fix. If we get that fixed, for me, I actually know exactly what's going on, and I understand it very well.
What is going on?
Many people may not understand.
What do you know? What do you know?
No, Masimba, andina ma records ako.
Why are you lying? Why are you lying to me? Why are you lying to me? I know what's going on. What do you know? What do you know?
What I'm saying from the way you're presenting and it.
What do you know?
I'm not going to argue with you, but what I'm saying to you, the way you're presenting yourself.
What do you know? What do you know? What do you know? Should I know everything? What do you know? The question is what?
No. What I'm
said, I know what you know. What do you know? Answer the question.
But why did you ask Mandishona to be here? And you can't.
I thought he knows mental health. He doesn't know anything.
He's telling you that from his experience.
From his he doesn't know anything. He always comments that he doesn't know anything.
I think Masimba, you're becoming too personal, and it won't help you at all. Kudanana patient, it's unacceptable and it's illegal. You can't do that. What I need to tell you, you'll be locked up and you'll be punished immoral until you get treated. I just need to tell you.
I would die for love. Like Simba, you're the only guy you've touched my heart.
You're only making things worse for you. This is not going to work. And I need to tell you, it's not going to work for you.
I'll die for that money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, Mr. Mawere, won't manage to get anywhere because Mukoma now he needs more time, and my defense is not going to help him. He needs to focus on treatment, and I don't advise him from my professional perspective.
Now, Ramandishona, we really know what is going on, or we are being fed with a narrative that would make us make a conclusion.
If Dai Masimba anga siripari pap, then there's no justification for him to be there.
I'm the boss, and I'm in charge. I'm the boss. I'm in charge. Chama ndo mogo. Hapa kunzi mogo mkati. Kama ina panza hapo, ndo mogo. Tutaka mkono ngari papi ndo pakiti yake. vanonaniswa varapopotera niswa varapopotera tikasadzoka anenge andirokera kurumba ndikasindodzoka ndoziziya ndogona kutaura nawo
So I think Shona, maybe we can end.
ndamusaende ndikuda kuya mashamo wakamoko ndibvisa wakachitaipa vanoziya tawabvunza kanoreveka pepa tawabvunze kuti zvinoreva kunzi temporary treatment order hanzi dosage inoenda ku3 ku400 hamene zvinorevei wabvunze bvunze hausi kundipindura right wabvunze bvunze kuti zvinomboreveka pepa kandapiwa kuti temporary treatment order kanoreveka pepa ikakaka ndakuziya kanoreveka.
Maybe Shona, what does that mean, temporary treatment order? It's a change of dosage.
Because in any the only thing the only reason why they can change the dosage is because dosage then they try either they increase.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So I'm only making assumptions because what will happen.
Yeah. Hello.
What I'm saying to you, can you hear me?
No, I can hear you now.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is the only reason why they can actually increase dosage is because it's not working. What is happening is not working. It's either they can increase or lower. But what they do is they will ask you, do you agree to it? Then he has to sign something. Then anytime Pano increase a dosage, there may be some side effects. It may contribute to other issues like heart or anything, any other problems. Then if they don't do that, it may make him sick again, or it may make him see things, or there's quite a lot of things, but I don't know exactly what's happening. Maybe dosage yangu akaisa iskukwana, he needs more.
Okay,
because situation yake ndichimtarisa kudai anofluctuate, anoita time inenge good and munoti papa muri kutaura nyaya inenge ichifamba zvakanaka, then ozoona nyaya yabuda mutopic ezvinezvi akuita focus on mukadzi aripo waari kutaura naye, hapana consistency.
No, I'm saying it's imimi muri kuona munhu achita provoke others into acting and not knowing the limits of provocation.
Yes, that's what it is.
So how do you help somebody who is mischievous in his conduct?
He is a high function person. Mono anoshandisa media. Media is medication to him. Social media. So he can't do without it. So it's up for us to know kuti panapa hapa chaita ngatimbomira.
Akangona manhamba achikwira anotanga nemwe nyaya.
Yeah.
So you are part of the story now to say, Mandishona, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because I have not given you enough facts. And if I don't give you enough facts, you can't make an opinion.
That's what it is.
So he wants to position himself against you, the professional, to say, even you don't know what you're talking about.
Ndo nyaya yacho yekuti kana uchirwara iyoyo, you think you know everything. This is where the problem is.
Isn't that a universal problem? That I meet this often. Sometimes I think I know more than what I know. And I pretend to know more. And I act as if I know, when actually I know nothing.
The thing is, if you argue with something that you don't know, it's going to be very difficult. But in the end, you know what you're doing, I'm no problem. But the fact you put Ari is there for treatment.
Yeah.
Right, treatment yake. I take back to Masimba that we used to know.
What if there's a deeper lesson? I need to write a book. what is wrong with the system. And also we are just sucked into a book whose chapters we don't know.
Inini zvangu pabhuku apa. No, I've never played basketball.
Basketball. Simba loves me.
Masimba, I think I need to come back because I've got to do something.
So
that's why I don't come
okay.
until anything.
No, he's already explained that it means that whatever they prescribed and is not working, and therefore it needs to be amended to provide for this non-working.
You can actually say no, but the issue of the matter, they will tell you if you say no, it's going to take you long, or you're going to get sick, or you're going to get worse.
Yeah, no, thank you. Hey, so that's good. The win is going to some secure. The win. Thank you.
Okay,
thank you. I have to go.
All right, John.
No, until it goes to guarantee pano, watch it patikafu, till the scala one with basketball. That's really bored.
Are you getting free food?
Ah, too much. Too much. Oh, Chawada, thinking a mascot as captain to one this. As if Scala to feed the first, first, the number one. Those who's getting after. Doesn't do beaten.
So, any other comment? Because Amandishona, the expert, is gone.
Amandishona, the expert on Sweden. They ram in Commander Rambam, those so bad. Hey, didn't show us Kwango Jed. So Tarara, but the Bonga is a Nasarama Piris. Takapiwa Piris out on Rara. You got any energy, man. You got any energy. Uncle Jed, when the Worcester. Number one, I want to apologize to him. Number two, take a story. Jackson 6 p.m. when they fit and handsome. When 6 p.m. Do coca kwangu jedi mpogere benzi. Saka nsati no kumshonga kudiramendri pam. Msikana uli ndakamsema pana pano zitoro wanu ziditoro longa kumana pana. Sanoza roti nditamo wezo. Saka muntu bati kwangu jedi. Ndiri wego. Yeah. Then ndikuma mvura undinayo. Asida kuiwedzera. Then tea azangu tea. Nchego tea. Yeah, saka nchego tea namwa mvura. Ndobanarara zvangu ndotaze ndokazira show yangu jedi nenda kanzogara ndiri soba. Amo eri problem wana maweri. Kana ndapa time kuda ngati medication kuma past 7 kuno. Ndakakutaka kuzwa hasha so. Mwezo kufa basi. Yeah, ndakauta hasha tsinete. Asina kama mshongo wangu mwera ndikunyepenenda haita ndikunyeperei andibo kunyeperei baba ndio warundi disturb hapa na mshongo wakati pe titaka kubunda hizi Jackson zao rono dibe ndio nagaza mpatro mangu muri mpatro yangu hapa maweni hapa na ndo jeza ngala right kuna just hapo wangu jeza msaite wara wangu jeza nenda soba right at the moment ndi agitated ndi pa asha nitambudzwa mwe mangu saka mese mnayo kama maweni kwa angu jeza baba ndo mdarongo.
All right, no, thank you very much.
Yeah, sorry, ndai yangu imetipota chika dinaka. Saka wanatumira mulaini upya medication. Ndakunotora mshonga wangu. Ndobewa Jackson rangu ndakanyira kuti ziya ndirambe wangu as I will make sure kuti 300 chapuze baba. Ndazonyora pa 300 dosage. Pakawezera ndo banaramba. Kusanzi mangwana. Kundada time to think. Saka ndadaro amaweri ndindasoba. Ndenda kwaso kubrenda kuti kufunga. Kufunga manje. mapona
Perfect.
yeah saka muri kuona mawere please muende support kwangu chedu nenda
Yeah.
sure but kwangu chedu the best time is takamborara because ndachiza kuti tikasamwa mushonga tingazonikana but takakamwa mushonga mawere mundiziya mawere ndiwaso appear bo ndiwaso present show yangu zvakanaka naka that you know mawere I won't disappoint you.
Yeah.
Ndiregerero guys ndi patience ya dealing nemwe kuti tapiwa mushonga zvawo zvezve kana zvakushota mumwiri vakutodi disturb panapa asi ndiregerere muri Zimbabwe I'll be alright okay ndine mukwashonga angu chiti never discriminated me haana discriminate kana but aiwa kuita sure ndakatowakumbira ndini right so I'll be there yeah pangu chiti page 99 inonzi triple page 99 book rebens kwangu chiti musandityire ndakahosta show ya 2 days ago ya Loveless angari ndandakamuka kabaiba ndandabvomwa mushonga namulaborara I'll be quiet and straight to the point ndozvada kuti mudare izvozvo.
Okay, no thanks.
Yeah, do you think I'll make it per show mudare? I suppose that's a big show in us.
Yeah.
Big show. Yeah, it's a big show mudare.
All right, so it's 6 p.m. What UK time or
UK time? Yeah, whatever way with Mukoma Masimba is the boss. He's in charge of my life, my book, my agenda. Kwete boss wako munhu wese uri boss popenyu wako yore pasi. Yeah, mawana majingara.
no? I get the script.
Ipapo manje I hope apart disturb maybe kuda kuti vakazobatikana wakomana mawere ndogona kupwanya mawindo nasi because I'm so ready for the show. Now he prepare the whole day show you. Just to prepare. Oh, that's your past. The whole day. She has to prepare. So please, Uncle Jade, I can't wait to see you. I'm so happy. The one I'm going to mkwasha wangu anyway. Undifanza wezo. Undifanza opachangu. Ipa pana mandishona tukude pa makamera. Mimi ngagara comment section. Ingwa yangu ni mkwasha wangu. Pali panaka bomutadzira pakuti sorry. Ndo mkalo ndapiwa ni mkwasha wangu. Uncle Jade. Chibaba mkwasha wangu. Mkwasha wangu ndo muda chinwana. Ana kundirasa vanhu vandiwandirasa vandishora panapo benzi akaiwa uyai baba uyai tiite show ndatomukumbira ati uyai ndo vanonzi vanhu vanokwanisa kumira nevamwe vanhu vari panguva dzakaoma handina kana problem ndine chete Mr. Mawere ndekuti vari kundifungira sina basa panapa but ini Mr. Mawere but munoziva Mr. Mawere inini I'm the boss I'm in charge anodzidzisa mudara taurei mudara ndambonyarara lobongwa mutoro.
Okay, no, I think thank you very much, and those who are available, you can see Mukoma Masimba at 6 p.m. UK time on Angle Show, and where you go deeper into what is going on, and there is any need to talk to Mukoma Masimba, you'll be asleep. That's what I hear from him.
Mdara batrangu rapa 2%. Before ndaenda kune vanhu vakawanda vada kundibatsira. Vamwe vandipa mari ndakaramba mari dzevanhu vamawere pakile ndakaramba kuti aiwa. Ndatipa mari ndiri kuroad nana Frank hazvina kunaka. Ndiri mwana ane mwoyo wakanaka vamawere. Mai vangu vakandifundisa kuti mwana wangu don't take advantage. Kuti ndikuti ndapinda kuhospital. Toda kupiwa mari ndakaramba. Asi ndiri community builder. We C2C. Ndapota hangu vada kundibatsira panguva yandiri. Musandipe mari. Endai munobhadhara $30 ye-membership fee. That money, it supports me, it will support someone. Can you see ndawe ine idea kuti ndakapiwa mari amawere? Ndogona kudhakwa nemari. Asi ndafunga kuti aiwa, I want to build a community. Patsana nguri amawere baba. Vana vaso panzwise baba. Vada kundibatsirawo. Vada kundibatsirawo.
Yeah, yesterday there are a number of people who called.
Yes.
And who have known you for some time and who believe that you are a member of the family, a community builder. And they've understood that building a community requires a problem to solve. And you are educating people, raising awareness about this mental condition, the state of healthcare in Australia, and the response, the efficiency, the efficacy of the system. And this is good. You are giving a number of people an insight into what takes place behind the scenes. You are giving them updates. And all this adds up to the promise of building communities
Yes.
one individual at a time, that you are not alone. There are people here who are concerned about your welfare,
Mhm.
but yet you are the person who is living it daily. You are the messenger who can tell what time it is, what requires to be done. All of us are passengers.
Pana ari kuone right now vada kundisupport wabhuku rangu $30 chete right now amawere ndiri kumbira right now kuti kundipa mari yacho bedwe mukona amawere kawo inguva yawo vari kubatsira mwana kuti mwana andikakusiyiwa kadavo ati ndara pamuri papa pachigadzire kuti bhuku rangu vanika bhuku rangu ndikaite Zimbabwe $30 chete $30 $500 chete chete kana uchindidawo uchida kundibatsirawo
I was talking to the other guy. Munetsi said he's going to Zimbabwe.
Yep.
And he joined yesterday. And let me just check whether he's reachable, just to say hi to you.
Thank you very much. It's 1% battery. Munisaka battery $500 akati mukoma ndokusupport yampana akandipana yoga. What a brother. That's my true brother. Akapata marani. Akapata mari.
Without any, and he says, for you, I'll do anything.
Membership fee. Member community to build and build.
Yeah, humanly possible to do, and I will play my part.
Then who else paid? Right?
Yeah, Brian Musekiwa.
Yes.
Agabadara.
Nakunzwa waramba kwa mari yangu asina kubhadhira mari kuti ndisupport bhuku racho ne club yako C2C ni club.
Whatever you say is his command. And they are trying to get Rasta as well, but he's not picking up. So that
I think about 9 people got bad yesterday, I think.
9
people when you were passing the when you were passing that what 10 on you only support it.
There are people who believe in what you stand for.
Those are my true friends. True friends. 1 million in Bongo difficult times.
Another person called from Zimbabwe yesterday.
Yes, I got about $1,000. What are they now?
At 1,000
US dollars.
Yeah, Mukoma Masimba.
I'm a lawyer. I'm gonna pay 1,000 for you. Did it. 1,000 US dollars. But I'm aware the you and Snowy Bata Imari club. That would be the club. Club young away. It's a cool thing. Taking on my buzz. I don't go to big to Harari. I don't remember club you get a buzz kind of $400 to Harari. Who's going to remember club? Yakai club you are going to dog beauty.
All right, thank you. Okay. Hello?
Tenga power bank Masimba buy to cook. You only think a power bank at your TB. You all of the thing into hospital. Kidney tenga power bank at your TB. You come up with an idea, with a solution, and the tenga power bank. You take a power bank. What do you imagine? Masimba now think of power bank. Imagine. TB nonsense, my brother.
Yeah, that's Robson.
No, thanks for coming on board. Yeah, Robson, no, thanks. So, we're trying, we're trying to help this and also build awareness around issues. And it's people like you who make it possible.
The ropes are about $1,000. God bless you. I want you $30. That's what I want for now. Bless us all.
Initiative called C2C.
We are performing. I got $1,000. Elizabeth. And you is a lawyer. You know what I'm going to my sister, I want you to be blessed. You pay $30, become a member, together we build up a community. Taste to bless one. I don't like to hear God bless. What about you? Elizabeth.
When we are organized as a community, it becomes easier to do many things, like even transactions. If we are not organized, you see, if you receive forex today, you are condemned to surrendering it at the official exchange rate. And if you bring your cash, like you got liquid cash, you can get the market rate or get the goods you want.
Yes.
And
C2C.
if we are organized, we'll be able to change that policy and exempt people who are connected from paying this extortion rate.
Yeah.
And also, as you look at South Africa and say, okay, what is the agenda for South Africa? If you don't see a crisis in macroeconomic management, just exchange rate as one. If you are a gold producer, tobacco producer, you are condemned to get an exchange rate that doesn't make sense. And yet, you have the value equivalent to the correct exchange rate. And if you are raising it as a Zimbabwean, they will target you.
Yeah.
But if we raise a C2C, it's a one-day engagement with the Reserve Bank for the diaspora.
Yes.
And we must be able to exchange. Like now you got $1,000 to give to Mukoma Masimba. How do you take it out?
Yes, that one, that one, you know what, Mr. Mawere? Hello?
Yeah, no, I'm hearing.
Yeah, okay. You are a very profound businessman who is well known in Zimbabwe and beyond. This $1,000 that I want to give to Masimba, it has no condition whatsoever. Whatever he wants to use it, whether he wants to use it drinking with friends and his friends, I am giving this to him unconditionally. He has managed, really managed to for lack of a better term, to captivate my attention. I'm equally a very busy person, but I've never been so glued to social media, let alone Facebook, in the manner that I've done to him. So I want to reward him with this $1,000.
Thank you,
I can get it to you, then you can.
Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. Right now, are you on Bitcoin?
I'm aware.
Yeah.
I'm aware.
Are you on Bitcoin?
Okay, let me.
I'm aware. It's not bad. No, try medication.
Okay, yeah, no, it's,
yeah. Number one, wow. Pashu yangu jet all those people. That was my V11, right?
Yeah.
This was about just 5 people. To me, yangu jet. Number 6 out. And Pashu, yangu jet to call those people. I want to thank those people. But only support our. Those are my true brothers. I'm aware this guy. I can't phone from nowhere. I can't no farira. I get you. I like your shows. I want you to get better. I'm gonna support you. Like $30. No, I'm gonna give you 1,000. You send me cash. It's a club. Club yedu kumana. Do that build that we travel now my Zimbabwe because I was born for a purpose, fighting for no my wango. Zimbabwe inside. That money is a club. Club you is C2C. That put if I go jet seats, name for numbers out. I go jet phone. There is my V11. And school about God bless you. I want you also to be blessed on my own. 500 rands or $30. Let's come up, guys. Let's do it. We can do it, Zimbabweans. It's time to do something, guys. Time up. What time is it? It's time to go deeper. Time to go deeper. Don't worry. I told you I'm sorry. I got a bit agitated. Young way tablet because about 7:30. Yeah, 7:45. You know, but I queue my way from Sugar Bonga. Right?
All right, no problem.
Jalara, but I'm going to gaze. I'm going to I'll be sober. Trust me, my brother. Mushongo on Shanda. As brains, I'll focus disturbance. Then I'm going to share with these people. Build a community. I'm very serious. And God bless you. I also want you to be blessed. Let's come together. I need to marry I need to get married again.
Thank you.
For Zimbabwe. Because my one because Manawaka Bereka is Gamba fighting for Zimbabwe. I want to show Munangago what is an organized. That was for Munangago. Anjinayo pamberi na Mukoma Masimba my mwana. Guys, it's time to go deeper. It's time to come together. It's time to build a club. It's time to go. Tingashamswa BBC. In India, TV station. 1873. I can build it. We can do it, guys. We can do it. Everything is digital, right? And together, Rasta to go on a Rasta. Bumile Magadao. Bumile Magadaras. Bugone. Serious Rasta. Rasta, I'm serious. I want to build a community Rasta. Yakaronge Rasta. Right? Yakaronge Rasta. Rasta. Sure, think I go fund Wigamun. That would take a more than that South Africa to Wigamun. You want to do it. What are they to take? That was smoking Hoko and I'm going to Masimba. That we're going to do. It's time to come together. So what you like to catch up with Wigamun. Wigamun, to go fund. Indiri Pony. No man, one of you go as we Indiri Pony. So we take a motor to Wigamun. I still remember that Pada. I remember to Wigama. I'm telling you guys, I'm going to. Sure, think I tumble. One of my own Indiri Pony. Indiri. I can't do penga. As we take. But then when I'm telling Mama, when is the latest Zimbabwe Mama? I'm on my way, I'm looking for my mother. That's my book. And then one of my own table is Pony. As we take. As we take. Thank you very much. Mama,
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, I'll catch up with you at 6 p.m. Hakuna mwana wa meo kutambudzika hapana muZimbabwe anatambudzika ndiripo inini azviite takavataurira wese kudhara hapana munhu akabhuliwa ndiripo ini paFacebook ndakavamirira vana mai vangu esavo saka ndadzoka chiti imi vana mai vangu now it's time to go deeper. Let's build something together. Let's show the world kuti Zimbabwe takadzidza. Let's do it together. Kuti zvana mandishona izvi toda kuya pana kuti ndoziya mental health amandishona when you're dealing with me be very careful. You know nothing about me, my brother. Be careful. Matadza basa renyu. I know everything about you. What do you know about me? Do you know my temperature? Do you know my kilometer mangani papa scale? You don't know about that. Respect me, my brother. Don't take advantage of me. Okay? Don't take advantage of me. That's when I'm Mukoma. Okay.
Hold on.
My brother. I love you, Mandisho.
Hold on, my brother.
I will show you what I want to do, my brother. Okay? Hold Rasta.
Yeah, Mukoma.
With your talent in Australia, Rasta. What should be a little penny? Azite.
Asha. Muroma medzi mbichana nditika. Arekera Asha wangori pakanaka but rekera kunyanyuka too much. Yeah, muroma medzi unoita bo. Udzoke to muroma medzi tinyazotaura.
All right.
But for me to fight for you now, you have to be a member. Where's Abadra Mari? I'm going to show you. I want to use that money to change someone's life. I'm going to do it. I want to show Mnangagwa president. But for me to fight for you, please support my book. Be part of my club. C2C. Rasta nitakusia panapa sana ngoja usinere uti C2C. Wabuze wangu ndikurevei. But at the moment I'm sorry, I'm being emotional.
Yes. There's no confused. More serious. Chimbobatira my emotions mukati. Yes. Munhu wese pamwe chete. Don't politicize it. Mbonoroma medzi udzoke tinyazotaura C2C in reality. My emotions mamwe tombodzora Mukoma
madhokota ndokusiwa mafoni atipiwa machaja.
Exactly.
Sana usia foni yangu chaja panchamuka. Nditora foni yako. Ango jezi mwini. Dauya. Number 1 Mkwasha. I owe him a big apology. Don't worry Mkwasha wangu. I want to show Ango jezi. Ndinoreka jezi aku build a community. Munu wese kwangu jezi. At the moment don't worry. Ibenzi kutaura. Kwangu jezi ananga Mukoma Masimba.
Thanks a lot, Masimba.
Okay, so Ras, thanks for coming back. You are the reason why we had raised this. There is a comment here that I just wanted you to go through and understand. This is from Kit Bebe. I would like to explain addiction to some of you. I have no opinion in Mukoma Masimba's specific condition. I'm a mental health professional and who is ready to support whenever he is ready. And I live in Melbourne. Do you understand what is being said by Keith?
Yes.
Okay, what is he saying?
All right. You would like to explain addiction to some of us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And he has no opinion on MM's specific situation, right? He's a professional who's ready to support him whenever he's ready. And he lives around here. So Mukoma Masimba can access him pretty much.
No, he
He gets
said
to understand.
whenever he is ready. What does that mean in
No,
proper?
I think most people have been failing to get hold of him or to access him. A lot of people have been trying to call Mukoma Masimba.
Mukoma Masimba has already said, if you want to support me, please be part of this community. And the kid is responding, says, if you are ready, what more message does he want for him to indicate what kind of support he wants? Mukoma Masimba has already said. He's saying that Mukoma Masimba ari kupenga. So kana munhu achipenga haakwanisi kubatsirika until apedza kupenga kwake. Is that what you are reading as well, Ras?
Inini ndanga chifunga kuti pane timu yari kuedza kubata Mukoma Masimba ichitadza kuabata. Saka vanga vachifunga kuti pese paunoedza kuabata vanenge vasiri available. Ndo vananga ndichifunga kuti vari kutaura panapa. Because I've heard a lot of inboxes vachivatsvaga vanhu vakawanda siri kuabetsera. Vanga vasiri accessible.
What is being said other than Kit coming to the hot seat and telling us exactly what he means ready, because you are now interpreting what he's saying. What if he's saying
maybe we should bring him on and that's
he has lost his marbles and he must go and sort himself out first. I live in Melbourne, but when he is okay, then that's when the assistants will come in.
That's not how I'd seen it, but anyway, it's an ambiguous statement. You can see it in a few different ways right now to understand what he's saying for the money. Oh no, you need to understand. You need to understand.
A glass can be half full. It can also be half empty.
That's right.
That Mukoma Masimba will never be ready. He is saying, please, I don't want to be on Facebook Live. Let us be organized so that Ras and Chimedza Freeborn, good morning, Chimedza. What is your reading of what is being said there? Chimedza, do you also understand?
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Let me read it out so I can digest this to myself as well. I would like to explain addiction to some of you and have no opinion in Mukoma Masimba's specific situation. I am a mental health professional and who is ready to support Mukoma Masimba when he is ready. And I live in Melbourne. If I get to understand what he is saying about the money, I will support. Happy to connect one day, and he gives his link for, I think, a video for him to go and watch. So, yeah, breaking it down sentence by sentence, I would like to explain addiction to some of you, and I have no opinion on Mukoma Masimba's specific situation. But then he says, I am a mental health professional, right, who is ready to support Mukoma Masimba when he is ready, right? So I think Mukoma Masimba is already ready. That's why we're at this stage and point in time. And Mukoma Masimba has already emphasized with the guys, if you want to support me, let's do this C2C together. Let's organize. That's the best way you can support me. That's why it's everyone come away when it comes to Mukoma Masimba. And I know Mr. Mawere bothers you from time to time because you've got other things to do. But yes, that's the situation. All of us have come to C2C through Mukoma Masimba. Sure. And to support Mukoma Masimba, it's supporting C2C. You cannot support Mukoma Masimba directly because he doesn't want to be implicated in any way. But to access Mukoma Masimba, because right now the thing is you're a professional, mental health professional, but Mukoma Masimba is already under the care of professionals in Australia. So I don't see how that can, how you can add support to that, because I think, there's too many cooks spoil the broth. That's what they say. So in the capacity that he is in, I think he's getting the help that he needs because he's within the system. And I think you're also within the system in Australia. So I think you know better than I how the system works. But I think once you're in the system, you let the system do its thing. You let the system take over. And so what Mukoma Masimba is saying is just clear. Mukoma Masimba is ready to be helped, and that is why he is in the situation that is in. In the place that is in, environment that is in right now, to get that support, to get that help that he needs. Because even though he was in denial from time to time, the good thing about Mukoma Masimba is ananaro, and he took it on board, even though he didn't agree with it himself. But when he was diagnosed with this depression, he grew up. I'm facing it. Most of us, I think, I personally, I think I would not have taken the same stance as Mukoma Masimba, because the moment I'm like, no, I'm fine. I'm not going to go and seek help. But the Mukoma Masimba is of a different caliber. It's like, okay, if I'm not, let me see how far this thing goes. So I think he's getting the help he needs. The support is also, we can only support from the sidelines like so. But if we can actually now become members of C2C, and I think that is the way forward. So we empower him to help those he feels he can help while he's in the situation that he's in as well. Because that's because he's in this scenario doesn't mean they can't help other people also going through the same thing. I don't know if I said too much, Mr. Mawere. Forgive me.
No, you've captured the essence of what I had read to be the case, and what Keith is saying. He's a health professional, but if he needs health professional counsel supplementary to what he's receiving, then Keith is prepared to do that. With respect to C2C, Keith is saying, I really don't. If I get to understand what he's saying about the dollar,
Yeah.
I will support. If I get, right now he doesn't get it. And that's what you have explained as well, that if you are not getting it, that organized people have organized voices. It means within our community we'll have healthcare professionals we can count on, we can bank on, so that we consult with them. And that's what Mukoma Masimba is saying. Let's be more organized so that you use me as a reference why disorganization leads to different and conflicting opinions. And some may not understand who is who in the zoo. And I think Mandishona, who was here before, he is also raising issues that I wanted Russ to comment on. He's back, but let's get someone else to get into the mind of A.B. Mandishona, because I only know him through this platform. I think I know this guy. He's a good resource. And I'm not sure who AB was targeting.
Mr.
Nobody
Bebe.
said
Yeah,
he
I
is
think
good.
Mr. Bebe, I think I've heard of him. Melbourne.
No, I'm saying is whether he's a good guy, he's a good resource. What Chimedza is saying, Mukoma Masimba finds himself in an institution where experts are already there. And he's saying, don't talk about me. I will find my way within the confines of organized people. That in the animal kingdom, you won't get him in that condition, in hospital. If it was other countries, he would have died waiting to get care. In Australia, what we are seeing is that even though you are homeless, you can actually get a home and food. And we have seen him change and have a shower, toilet, things that other people have to pay every month to secure. So let's celebrate.
Mr. Mawere.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is I don't know whether it's the correct guy that I know, Mr. Bebe. I think in Melbourne, Mune community, because I used to live in Melbourne. So Mune community, educator, wakaita sivarume sesu, in terms of my issues, my challenges in mental health. I think they had lots of my presentations just maybe a few months ago, or few last year or end of last year. So in terms of what Mr. Bebe was saying per email, nyaya dollars, because I'm finding very difficult pa nyaya yebook netreatment yake nemari dzaari kutaura. Remember, we're talking from munhu anga addicted nema-drugs, munhu aitamisa mari, munhu aita bankrupt, and money. Even though the money is not in his hands, what should start first? This is where the argument, especially if there's someone from a mental health perspective, they would find it very, very hard to understand. Kuti chinofana kutanga chi, is it treatment here? Kana kuti munhu anokwanisa kutaura zvaari kutaura izvozvo after abuda muhospital, after aita through rehabilitation. That's the purpose of it. Then tozotaura zvedu zvemabhuku nemaplanning nechichi, those I think zvinosenza to Masimba. So we need to know.
I think that's why we are here. Ras, where are you based?
I'm based in Melbourne.
So you are also part of the community that.
Yes, we're all in touch.
Yeah,
we're very in touch with Mukoma Masimba around here.
Yeah,
like everyone, a lot of people know him. He's always taking part in a lot of community events. So pretty much a lot of people know him, but they don't have access to him. That's all. Even those that really wanted to come to him. Yeah. So maybe this is the platform. He wants people to reach him out, and might as well try to use the best of it to make Mukoma Masimba get back to reality. So that is not too frustrating.
Yesterday, it was Mukoma Masimba who introduced me to you.
That's right. He's the link. He's got all the connections even around here.
And you said, look, I want to be part of this community building. I was going to help Mukoma Masimba directly.
That's right. Because at the point, he told me some interesting things, because I didn't know he was homeless. He just used to call me and just ask me for a favor, but I wouldn't ask many questions. And then he told me later, like that time, he used to send me some money. I was actually homeless, and he was very thankful. Then I realized that's a really hard situation to be. So try to organize accommodation for him, but I think he's in a better place right now. And when it comes to this group, I think he just gotta bring the best out of himself, because he's got some other positive topics to deliver and to inspire people on. But from what I'm witnessing, there's a lot of anger and a lot of frustration going on, depression, whatever the real story is. That's what the health workers are going to find out. But
for now, I've assumed that you and I are pedestrian insofar as his condition is, and he is now, like what Freeborn said, is under the care of professionals.
That's right.
And in a country where standards exist,
he'll be safe.
You expect us to not to focus on his mental health, because there's nothing we can do. As he was saying, if I ask you what is my temperature today, I don't even know what Mukoma Masimba is going through, but I trust that there's a regime. Yeah, there's a regime that is there, but most of the time, Freeborn, have you seen this tendency that when a person dies, then we all write obituaries and speak to the person's life. Yet in life, he says, do this and I respect you. I will do it anyway in my interest. If somebody tells me, Chimeza, how did you know Mawere? What would you say?
Mr. Mawere, I'm going to answer your question, but it seems like I'm not. Andidika, but just give me a second. I'm going to answer your question. Andidika. Dosaka wiki dia akadai so. Dipe sando dzangu ndichiri kurarama. Sando dzangu dzekurova mangoma. Sando dzangu ndichiri kurarama. Aiwa maninja atimvetakada. Andidika. Ani pamusara kudai so. Pandaifaisa madhanzi maita handisviko. Muchiti muninja uyu ane chii. Nasi pamariro pangu ndo muripo muchiti muchinda uyu aive nechipo. Andidika.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Kuti afanaka. And because that's the thing, you can't find anything bad to say about the Munagana Afro. And so he really did say, if you pay Sando Zamo, Chigurara Mandika, send me flowers now, not when I am in my grave. What do I have used for them? And give me the love now and the appreciation now while I'm alive. Now, let me enjoy it now. Give me that celebrity status now while I'm still alive. Give me that gratitude now. That's why I love Winky D, and I give him Sando Zake every day. You see, because that's the thing. Akataura and akataura depends on Sando. Kwenda kuzotishu ndafa kuti makuzoti angane chipo. But pananga ndiri mupenyu maita tisvike kudhanzi rake izvo zvemarasta izvo kumbanje nekumadrugs tainega. You see what I'm saying? So I think I don't know the answer question anyway with this song because when you do go and listen to that song, you know, I don't know.
No, you have more than answered it. That the person is alive, and he's saying, "Guys, don't advise me on what I need to do, but I am asking you, those who feel." They need to help me. I'm in this condition because we are disorganized. And why would I be homeless if there was organization? But how many other people are homeless and they have no one to take care of them? Why would you congregate around my problems? When there are more people who are in problems, you give me money today, it's like giving me fish to eat. What am I going to eat tomorrow? What are you going to do when I'm no longer able to get free accommodation from a mental institution? So if I'm getting free accommodation, it doesn't matter whether you're a health professional or whether you are not. That is being taken care of because Australia itself is a community where people pay taxes so that others can get access to resources. But many societies are not organized. You go to hospital, it's like a mortuary. And but there are other people who don't have the luxury of going to the hospital. Some say, I don't have papers in Australia. But hang on, Australia, where you are saying I don't have papers, I actually go into hospital and get taken care of. And guess what? I am here. So don't talk about my medical condition at the same time you are saying I must see experts. And I have seen experts. So what Mandishona is saying, and loudly so, he's saying, Mawere, you are an idiot. And why are you, I think he made a very good comment. Why it's not only that the guy is a good guy. I mean, there was something that Mandishona had said, which actually speaks to what we are trying to talk about. That this man actually requires medical help, and he is. We are actually making it worse here by talking about something. Then also I'll get to that. Tamari mawere aiwa imi ndimi murukutadza kunzwa. I don't have ears. I'm also a mental problem. If a mental health professional says he will help someone when they are ready, it means that he's offering his support to MM. But MM has said, please don't focus on me alone. I want to use my own experience to provoke the building of communities of professional and non-professional, just human beings coming together to build a diverse, inclusive community, to build bridges, not to build walls and say, I'm a health professional. Another one says, I'm a doctor. Another one says, I'm a carpenter. Another one says this. At the end of the day, you end up alone. You look back, you find nobody, because you've already exercised your tribalism, your apartheid, and say this is a platform for experts. Then where does that place us? We are not talking about a health condition, because we are not in the theater of advising. Those who are professionals, they must do so within the context of a community. We are saying, let's convert our connections to communities without discrimination, without prejudice, just on the basis that we share a common humanity. That qualifications don't make me a better person. I may be qualified but ignorant of what somebody else is going through. But if the person is the author of what he's saying, if I don't respect the one who is sick, who should I respect? If he says, Mawere, give up your time to hear my story, because I'm surrounded by too many experts who don't want to respect what I am saying. Yesterday, I got a call from someone from Zimbabwe. The audio that I was playing, it touched me.
Mr. Mawera, muri kungotaura chete, dai muchimbotipa nguva.
Okay, taura zvenyu.
What I'm trying to say now, situation ya Masimba, that a very good understanding from the mental health perspective. Zvakafanana nekuti neni I can't claim kuti ndine an expert in palliative care, or expert in surgical treatment, or expert in accounting. Ndisina kana kutombodzidza accounts dzacho, hazvisevenze. Handiti ndokupai a very critical example. Padachitaura naMasimba, atanga kutaura nyaya yegirlfriend. Can you comment what have you learned from that?
You know what happened? I was supposed to have a show with Ras. And Ras, we were talking about how to build a community of architects based in different locations, so that we build community power around this profession. And then Mukoma Masimba, then while I was setting up a guy who has a online publication called Sunday Express, Sunday Express newspaper. And a digital Sunday Express as well. So Mukoma happened to be a guest on that group. and that created a lot of controversy around Mukoma Masimba. He had introduced me as his mentor.
Mm.
And then so I said to him, Wachitanga, Munesho Yamunayo, you've invited me to come into a WhatsApp group to talk to people who want to do business. And I find WhatsApp groups toxic because we are not talking to the wider public.
Mm.
Once we discuss something there, it remains there. Most people
Mhm.
don't know how to express or to write about their experience. So it ends dead. So he was saying, I said, okay, why don't we dig deeper to understand what Mukoma Masimba is and what he's saying, so that we don't look at the person, we look at the content of what he's saying.
Mm.
And that's then Mukoma Masimba came in. So we were talking with Chikanga without him knowing that Mukoma Masimba was there.
Mm.
And he had expressed his concern about bringing him back or even writing a story on Mukoma Masimba.
Mm.
I had no idea about the girlfriend. I had no idea about anything else.
Mm.
And he didn't even know that we were going to have a show. Because from my understanding, he was stopped from being on Facebook Live.
Mm.
And they'd given him a temporary ban. So I asked him, if they given you a green light to be on Facebook, he said, yes, I'm in the hospital. They have given me a green light. We have resolved this issue.
Mm.
So that then started the conversation. Then it automatically cascaded into the girlfriend issue and the temporary order. So I had no idea of what was going on. And this was disrupted. It was not planned.
Mm.
So that's all there was. All I'm saying is that I didn't come here as an expert or to create a platform for experts, because I believe that the experts must organize themselves in our community so that those who are experts can argue among themselves, and I just listen like grass when two elephants are fighting.
So
But
So what I'm trying to get from you is, what have you learned from the change to the fact you could aramba ari rigid on or focusing on the girlfriend part, and
what
you
I
got
can read,
very
there are two opinions.
yeah.
From day one, I actually don't know what is fact, what is fiction. I don't know the truth about what is going on. If I knew, I would tell you.
So what I'm trying to say to you is this is the situation with mental health. That's a typical example. Masimba situation yake ane time yekuti zvinote zviri nani oita time yekuti hazvisi kusenza. Iko zvino it was all over the places. He focused on the girlfriend. Girlfriend yacho yakawanikwa rini. I never knew that there was a girlfriend. Kana pane munhu ari kumutera muhospital. So these are the signs that tells you kuti munhu ari kurwara, ari kuda
No,
treatment
that's what I'm
yakasimba.
saying. I don't have the expertise that you have. In
So
my show was really about building communities. That's where I had focused on. And you remember, I think I've seen you following my Facebook lives. This is not the first time, but I didn't know you. And all I've been saying, even for journalists, that sometimes what is written is not what the truth is. That can we build standards, both the consumers and the providers of news, so that we come closer to telling it as it is. And unless we are organized, we continue to get these versions and we end up in conflict with each other. When there's no need, you are an expert, but if I'm not mentally ill, I don't know what the expertise is. Sometimes I get into illness, and that's when I only know which doctor is good or bad. But sometimes we are not talking about these issues. So exactly what Mukoma Masimba is saying, let's be more organized so that there is a platform where experts like you can talk to experts, and we, the public, get to learn more about medical issues, not necessarily about someone's condition who is already handled by experts. Because
Yeah, so so the education that I wanted to put across is that Masimba is not at a level where he can actually process very complex information that comes to him. He won't be able to do that, although he may present to be a person who knows what he's doing, who is in charge of what he's doing, but at the same time, azizobuda zviri straight. So it's up for us as a community to understand kuti murume ari kurwara. Murume
I'm
ari
saying you are saying we are a committee. We are not even a committee. This is just random, and this show is random. And all I'm saying is that let's not call a community when there's none.
A community can be anything, but what I'm saying to say to you, when Kanatiri Panapa, what are we discussing about?
That's what that's what I told you, that I wanted to talk to Russ about the sharing, building of community, not to talk about Mukoma Masimba's condition. He was not even supposed to be on the show.
That's right. Yeah.
So we were talking about through Mukoma Masimba. I now know these two gentlemen, including you. Then there are four of us now. But we keep on going back to the same person that we have said he needs to be in hospital. Now he's in hospital. We are now continuing.
The only reason why, because he's been sending me my messages achitiwuya and Aramba for the last few days, because I didn't think it was ethical. But I'm not understanding this. That's how I managed to call, to just make him understand what needs to happen. That's all. Otherwise, I didn't have to.
Because I don't know, and right now I still don't know you, and we keep on talking about somebody else who is already in a mental institution. And
I know.
I attended to.
I know.
That's what I agreed with Mukoma Masimba. Yes, let's have what? Let's have a platform that allows experts like you to also talk about building communities, even of patients, of their relatives, so that they have exchange, not necessarily that I have to be on all the exchanges, no.
Yeah. So in terms of
Mandishona, it could be Freeborn, it could be anyone. That's why he introduced me to Ras yesterday, and another pastor in Melbourne. I don't know where he is. And he says that's all I know. And then he introduced me to someone in Harare who says he's willing to pay some money to help whatever is required because talk is cheap. And he sent me a message. He says, I don't want anything, no return. I don't want publicity. All I want is I have enjoyed Mukoma Masimba. I've learned a lot as a businessman from Mukoma Masimba. And whatever is going through, I know money can never be poisonous in helping anyone assess their situations. So I'm willing to do this. Mukoma Masimba, I know in any condition until I can't receive money. Can you pay it to the community? Then to famba takadaro so that to provoke vanhu vakaita sana Mandishona.
I know, with Mukoma Masimba, I've known Mukoma Masimba probably for the last, I don't know how many years, maybe 12 years. But we never met because we used to work together when we used to do Zimnet Radio. Ndakatozisarira paKedia and ndakuzopapinda ipapo. That's where this is the first time I've done video this month I don't do my videos. So I've known him and I've been following him. So he knows me personally through social media, and I know some of his family as well. So yeah.
So that's
why
all he was saying. That for
Yeah,
people who
yeah.
know me, this is my wish, that I've realized that actually we don't have a support system. There are people giving me conflicting advice. And I have refrained myself from becoming an expert on something that I have no knowledge of.
Oh,
And
okay. Yeah.
I'm also learning every day about his state. And sometimes I talk to him privately to say, what is going on? Can you straighten yourself so that we know who is who? And then that's the only thing. But when he does pick up his phone and he introduces me to other people that I don't know, I say, you have done what I told him 5 years ago. To say, Mukoma, Masimba, like a relationship between meat and flies. I've never seen meat inviting flies to eat. I've never seen a dog being invited to bark. But clearly there are people, you have to prove yourself. People who only follow something they want to follow. I may sound logical and everything, but still it doesn't work. I may have a radio, I may have a Rolls Royce, but it doesn't make me happy. So I have seen you grow as a social person. And behind every person who follows you, who is interested in you, there's a rational person there. There's somebody with common sense, with logic and reason. And it's not for me to ask, why are you following Mukoma Masimba instead of somebody else? I got a radio station where DJs, professional people are working there. And they can't even get in. And one was telling me yesterday, after I sent him an audio with Mukoma Masimba, says, Mr. Mawere, I'm also beginning to learn and relearn and unlearn about my profession. Because I was telling him that you can't, there are people who are calling themselves journalists, who are not journalists, but they get the following of other people. And it's not for me to say, why are you following someone's lane instead of my lane? No, I learn from people. And I have learned a lot from Mukoma Masimba. The first time I met, I didn't know who he was. It was some readout or something. And he was attacking me, accusing me of so many things. And I said, okay, let me listen. And I did listen. So and sometimes I'm wrong about people. And I end up prescribing things that are not necessary, pushing people to do something. Even my son, when he was staying, we went somewhere and I had a problem with my phone, real problem. And I wanted to go and fix it. Then he says, let me look at it. He managed to fix it. And I said, shit, 10-year-old, you can do all this. So Dad, I can do that. And I said, oh, from that day, I learned to respect him, ask him a question. And I learned to know that whatever age he is, he's a thinker. And sometimes what he knows, I don't know. And I've learned to actually respect others. I've learned a lot of things people I don't expect to learn from. Yet the people I look up to have nothing to say apart from arrogance, apart from saying, don't associate with this, don't talk to this one is bad, that one is bad. And at the end of the day, I end up surrounded by people who may think like me. So it's not so much that I don't want you to talk, it's just for me to give you the background of what brought us here today. I don't know what is going behind the scenes. I have no knowledge. And when I spoke to Russ earlier on, I don't think, did I ever mention that Mukoma Masimba has a problem with a girlfriend?
No, we're talking other important things which are community related. We didn't get into personal issues about his girlfriend. But I have an idea why he would be talking about things like that. It's just like everyday men problems, you know. In the time of a lockdown, if you were to have a problem with a woman right now, anybody would be in the same position as Mukoma Masimba. It's only that some would probably take their lives and then they won't be like Mukoma Masimba out of their own pride. So it's just a very complicated situation. It's not a laughing matter from what I finally realized, because it all started as rumors, you know, like gossip, everyone talking about Mukoma Masimba. And I used to speak to him every day. He would call me and say, Russ, can you just send me this much money? And I wouldn't think about it. I would just send it through, you know, because he wouldn't ask for much anyway. So when he repeatedly says something, that means that's the thing that's affecting his mind state. I don't need to be a psychologist to realize that if somebody keeps on repeating something, that means they're thinking about it. So if you want that answer to the girlfriend situation, whatever it is, there must be a girlfriend involved in his mind. So if he keeps on repeating something, that means that's the thing that's affecting him somewhere. So we can't say someone is gone mad, but someone's mind can be overflooded with thoughts, or they can start to be mentally advanced in a different direction, where they start to see life totally different from us. So let's see the positives of Mukoma Masimba. He introduced me to everyone on this show. So meaning that Mukoma Masimba is a level of intelligence and is community associated, you know, and he's somebody who's always about building community. He used to be a Shona teacher in the Zim community here, which is evidence to me that everything community related, Mukoma Masimba was present. So whether people want to call it insanity now, he's still being able to connect me with people like you that are interested in things like business, where we can all cooperate and do business internationally, like Zimbabweans in Australia, in Zimbabwe, in the US, being able to do business together so we can talk about other topics. So all I've been trying to say to Mukoma Masimba is concentrate on something where you're going to utilize your talent. Like you grab the audience, you know how to connect people. So I'm glad that this platform here, which he wants us to be part of, is also connecting us with other things which have nothing to do with mental health. Things like construction, things like business management, and all those other interesting topics. Because people love gossip. 90% of the people who are turned on to Mukoma Masimba are not necessarily out there to help him. It's the news, like it's something that's hot at the moment. So if that's his wish for us to build a community where we can all assist each other and we can help the other 200 Mukoma Masimbas that we don't know yet were out there, because he's not the only one. There's some that I actually found out were probably in the same situation with him, but he's the only one who's been able to be vocal. So as much as we know Mukoma Masimba is a very intelligent person who's connected people, there's some things we shouldn't take as gospel from him, because now you're aware he's got a mental condition. We can't take everything as gospel that he's saying when he's angry, when he's expressing himself, when he's yelling at people, because it does not necessarily mean what he's saying. That's the way I look at it. When he's going off like that, I try to pull him back and say, cool down your anger. Don't lose focus. There's more to what you want to achieve in this life. And I know there's been lockdown. Maybe you got that situation with the woman. Maybe you got another situation going on in your life and things aren't working well and you get depressed. So when we talk about depression and all that, every day I get my medical certificate and you can see I've had a couple of conditions which relate to actual physical brain injury in a car accident. And there you can see closed engine, post-traumatic amnesia, brain injury. You know, I had all that depression and the whole list to come to think of it, but we all deal with it differently. For me, I just started doing a lot of art, and that's what worked for me. So maybe Mukoma Masimba is a person who was entertaining people does not want to stop entertaining people, but he might bring the wrong type of entertainment, which might make people so shocked and they think Mukoma Masimba has totally lost it. But no, he hasn't totally lost it. That's the way that he is dealing with whatever he's going through. But the good side of it is he has a vision, like that building community that he's talking about. Something that I've always known was in him, because when I was in hospital, Mukoma Masimba was there for me and he's been there for everyone around him. But it's easier for them to see the madness in him than to see the greatness within that has put us together on this platform. So there's some people that are inactive. They don't do anything. They just comment. They don't build community. They don't bring any change to society, which is positive. They just kick back and comment. Okay, that's fine. And then we have people like Mukoma Masimba that are always going to be active. So right now he's in a bad situation. He's not going to hide. He's going to show us live whatever is happening in his mind, which makes him the journalist of his life story, which makes him his own storyteller. And at the same time, he's not acting, because when it's real, it's real. So that's what I like about it, because we cannot yell at someone who's crying out for help. That's all I can say for now, and I'll give you some time to give your own comments to that.
Okay, and Chimedza, what is your take?
No, well said. Well said. I with nothing else I can add on this. I can't speak on Mukoma Masimba. He's not here. So I won't be a hypocrite. So yeah, when we get back to building communities, yeah,
Thank you.
I can have my opinion there. As for the other side,
we can dismiss that topic.
No thanks.
Move on with building communities. That's where I think we should be right now. We're just set back to
a different understanding.
Thank you.
No, I don't have anything to say. I think the gentleman he said quite a lot. I think I do appreciate that. The only thing that I need to, for Mukoma Masimba, obviously, is to, to respond well to the treatment. It's gonna take a while kuti zvipinde chaizvo direction iri nani, but I hope kuti with the rehab ichamusvitsa paanoda kusvika kuti whatever he wants to do in the future, it will help everything within our community. I know he's done quite a lot of stuff that probably I didn't get to witness, but I know he's been doing quite a lot for himself and the community. So I hope kuti achabuda zvakanaka mu hospital with the treatment. I think that's what I can say.
And on the project of building communities in response to just this one case study,
I think there's quite a lot to learn through this. But the issue of the matter is there are so many challenges, obviously, being in diaspora, and, there's quite a lot to tell about. So Masimba is one of the examples. So I think quite a lot of people who might be in a similar position, who are not actually exposed to media, they would have a lot to learn. And others who don't understand issues around mental health. I think this platform, I guess, would an eye-opener for everyone.
But you have been following on this platform. Do you find it beneficial to you personally, or does it provoke you, inspire you, incite you, or ignite you to say, who is going to be the builder?
Yeah, I think I'm going to say this in twofold. I'm here in this platform as just a person like anyone else, a Zimbabwean, not as a health profession. So I've got two perspectives. From a perspective of being a person who works in that sort of industry where he is, there are some issues that are so controversial. There are other issues that I don't support. When he's sick, I don't expect him to be on social media. When he's well, I expect him to be on social media because this is his life. I can't take that away. But I need everyone to notice when he's bad, there should be a way to distract him, not to stress him. That's the only thing. Then when I'm here, it's just like anyone else. I think it's good to have fun, have jokes, you know, like what he does with Tendons and other guys when they are not talking about serious stuff. But when it comes to serious stuff, you need to know kuti nhasi hazvina kumira mushe. Nhasi zvakamira mushe, then you have to stop the conversation or divert the conversation. I think that's what would work for him. That's all.
We are talking now about a platform that you've been following, because I do not believe that this platform was created for Masimba or to be the forum to judge him.
No.
Because otherwise it then becomes a Masimba show. He is saying, from what I've heard from what he has been saying, even privately, he's saying, look, I have understood one thing, that building community power around a problem helps. And even going through some of these things is therapy for me, to also know that actually people love me. Yesterday, this morning, the first thing he reminded me, he says, did you record that gentleman from Harare who said he wants to pay $1,000? I said, yes, I did. I then sent it to him for him to confirm for himself that actually there are people who care. All I'm saying is that it's one example of many.
Yes, so Mr. Mawera, let me cut you there, because the issue here, Mari, to Masimba at the moment is not the right time. This it's going to cause quite a lot of problems for anything, and it giving money, which is kuti munhu anga ane problem yema-drugs, kune ma-drugs anodhura, it's not going to help him. He needs to go through the rehabilitation phase. This issue of money, I think it's going to destroy him big time. I know he's been let down by so many people.
I'm misunderstanding Ms. Mandishona. Yes. Has he asked for money for himself?
No, what I'm saying to you is this platform, there are so many people who would want to help him. But my argument with this platform is that it looks like the issue of the money. It looks like it's what is important to him, the money and his book. But yet again, I think treatment is more important than these issues about the book. I know the book is very important, but it's not the right time. This is where my argument is. There's nothing wrong with the platform, but we are using this platform, using a person that is mentally sick, who actually does not understand everything that is going on. To me, there's no ethics up.
All right. I think you are raising a big problem, which we need to recognize, because there may be different ways of looking at the same issue. I'm not sure what informs your opinion about the platform existed outside Masimba's mental health. C2C was not created for Masimba.
Yeah, if the
And
platform,
I'm not sure how the two intersect. All you are saying is that if I get into a community and I find that actually this building of community power is important for us to get to know each other, and so that we can move on there. So somebody says, Mr. Murray is focusing on money. I'm not focusing on money. I'm focusing on building institutions. And then
Mr.
somebody, okay.
Mr. Mawere, chokwadi chazula. This is not ethical. This is not going to help Masimba. We need to make sure Masimba understands that taking drugs, doing whatever is doing, as Batsirevan. People out there.
That's it. That's one opinion. Let's hear from the other people.
Yeah. So if I finish this,
I thought we were trying to move away from Masimba, but you keep on dragging everybody into a Masimba platform.
Yeah, but the thing is, the thing is why I'm talking about Masimba. Each and every time when we're talking about building communities, then Masimba is an example. Then you include Masimba in that conversation.
It's not the only. Maybe let's hear from Freeborn. He has been following. Maybe Freeborn, you have been following this platform. Is it a Masimba platform?
No, it's not a Masimba platform. The thing is, Mr. Mawere, I think people are failing to understand it. Mr. Mawere is an organizer, right? Mr. Mawere is an organizer. We, as a follower of Mr. Mawere, because I used to follow Mukoma Masimba back in the days, and I found the stuff becoming too shallow. Even the go deeper aspects of it, I found it shallow. I moved away from that. I started to look for content in quality. So Mr. Mawere was one of those people I started to follow. My vlogs. I never used to participate, but I used to just listen, take it on board. There's many topics that he touched on. And when he used to touch on these topics, he would give his opinion, but he would always phrase it in a question manner that makes you question. You wear yourself, makes you rethink or take a different position on how you thought of things, but always with an agenda that perhaps the solution is just coming together as a community and then addressing these issues. The first thing being coming together and organizing, regardless of the circumstances. The first thing is coming together and organizing. Now, when I saw Mukoma Masimba appearing, now Mr. Mawere, right? The depth of Mukoma Masimba's situation, I did not know. But I gave him time to talk to me. That was the first time he also called me privately, and we had a long conversation. That's how I started to kind of know him a bit personally. And he also kind of knew me a bit personally, telling him certain skits and videos from back in the day that I had watched and letting him know when I stopped watching him, when I stopped following him. So for a lot of people who have come to see Mr. Mawere through Mukoma Masimba, it's very difficult for them to now separate C2C from Mukoma Masimba. And that's where I think the problem is right here. A lot of people are thinking the C2C is Mukoma Masimba's brainchild. No, C2C fundamentally was there even from my WhatsApp groups 3-4 years ago. The fruition of it now, or the notoriety or the exposure, unfortunately has come mostly through Mukoma Masimba's situation. But bottom line is this: what people need to get is Mr. Mawere is an organizer. He is an organizer, And yes, he for me, I understand it. I need to pay up my membership so that I can get quality, so that I can get quality. When something is free, it's free. You understand what I'm saying? Usually, it is no value. When something is free, you can't control it. Facebook is free. That's why they can cut you off. That's why they can do whatever they want because they say it's free. It's their platform. But if you have your own platform, your own website that is paid for, you say what you want to say. You do what you want to do. No one cuts you off because you paid up for it. You see what I'm saying? So when you have a community-based organization that Mr. Mawere is trying to organize is to say, look, everyone from professionals to non-professionals, your life story, your experiences, unbeknown to you, can benefit someone else who might be going through a similar situation. So Mukoma Masimba's story is now used as a case study for those people who are failing to really divorce themselves from that situation, which is what C2C is. But if you hold your judgment and hold your opinion, suspend it for a minute or two, and let logic seep in. What Mr. Mawere is saying, my professionals, Masimba was tired of these professionals. All of you who seem to be his friends, all of a sudden are now professionals, telling him what he needs to do. No one giving him the chance to actually say what he needs to say. So the only person who actually did give him that opportunity in the end was Mr. Mawere. And Mr. Mawere did it out of his own time, right? But as an organizer, Mr. Mawere said, look, your situation where we can be helped, and through community, through organizing, and that's the thing. So Mukoma Masimba came to that realization and came to Mr. Mawere and said, you are the only person I think who can help me here, and in two folds. One, my mental issues, no, you can't help with that. But with my publications and with my organizing, I think you are the right man for the job. And so that's why I think Mukoma Masimba came to Mr. Mawere. Now C2C and is communities and of people like you, me, who are coming together saying, let's have a database and that we can tap into as Zimbabweans for different types of services we might need to provide for each other. And the quality of those services is rendered when someone is serious enough to pay that 500 rand, that $30, that 25 pounds, that 300 kroner. You see, I think that's where a lot of people are getting confused here. Mr. Mawere is an organizer, and he's always been organizing. It's got nothing to do with Mukoma Masimba's mental situation, but this was really in reality. So we work with that. Those are no Shandana issues moving forward as communities. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you have covered a lot of ground. It helps when it's said by somebody else. But there is Teresa Debisha Rasi. He says, but Mawere, you are talking about Masimba on your platform. And they think it's my platform. What is my platform? What does it mean? What kind of mind would inform that kind of conclusion? That it's mine, it's mine, it's my silo. And yet here we are. We have you in Australia, we have Chimeda in Sweden, we have myself in South Africa. How does it become mine when our voices are in it? So, Ras, do you understand the question?
Well, I understand the question, and my answer to that is, if it's a platform, it's a community. That means we're all one, and it's our community all put together with with our differences, there's somewhere we will have common ground. That's where everyone is providing different services. So this platform here is going to build relationships. You know, Mukoma Masimba cannot be ignored because he's the one who introduced us all here. We're just talking about the positive side of him, despite his trials and tribulations. So we can't deny the fact that Mukoma Masimba introduced me to Mr. Mutuma Mawere, who I had never spoken to all my life. So if it wasn't for him and whatever his condition is, which is the catalyst to what's going on at this particular moment, we don't have to dwell on talking about Mukoma Masimba. But we can't ignore the fact that he's been a catalyst to get this building community power thing happening. So we also got to respect that he's put some effort into something really good. That's why I'm willing to go on board to assist. It's simply because it was his wish and he asked me to jump on board, and he said, I will, if it's going to help a million other Mukoma Masimbas and not finish only on one person. So, okay, let's move forward to what the other part of it was. There's some other things you spoke about before, like publishing, movie production, filming, because he's got his entertaining side. So he might need mentoring in the things that he already knows to enhance his existing capabilities. Because what happens is, I don't need to be a psychiatrist. I've been through mental health personally, and how I helped myself was not through medication, because medication was making me aggressive and I was always fighting people. So I had to get rid of the medication and heal myself by respecting the things that I enjoy doing, by respecting my wishes. That's how I managed to get out of it. So we all work differently with it. Because no health professional could heal my mental issues. Something I had to deal alone with, because we all got different issues that create that. It could be more spiritual, and something spiritual a doctor cannot heal or medication can heal. And some of it could be whatever you suspect it is, which could not be the case. But then we could show the same symptoms. You could see me walking on the road without shoes today, similar to someone else without shoes. Maybe the reason is I've been mugged. Someone is suffering a condition which is mental, or someone is suffering a condition which is spiritual, or someone is suffering a condition which is physical, because through the physical as well, pain of the feet, you don't want to wear shoes. So we cannot assume anything. Even professionals don't know everything. They can only do certain things. So that's why we're trying to fulfill what he wants to enjoy right now while he's still alive, in building community. So if you can make someone happy, you can bring them to sanity. Sometimes depression means that you need to find something that's going to make you happy to come out of depression. Because you can be drinking pills all your life, going for counseling all your life, but so long as you are unhappy, that means you're still depressed. So it does not take only medical practitioners to deal with a situation like this. It also needs community engagement, so that you still know I'm still a human being, still connected. I haven't been abandoned by my community to the hands of medical practitioners. And my whole community now thinks I'm a mad person who's lost it. I can still connect Mr. Mutuma Mawere to all the other intellectuals around Zimbabwe and Australia, or all over the world, to do some things which are business related and to fulfill my dream of building community. Maybe as we build community, he's going to return to sanity from seeing us achieve something. I sometimes think it's the case with a condition which involves depression. You need something that will make you really happy. If you lost a loved one, you keep on thinking about them and nothing can replace it, then eventually you need something that's going to make you happier so that you can overcome what you've been through. That's all I have to say. Some situations need all our assistance by giving positive feedback. So we cannot just ignore everything, and we're all doing a good job.
Princess says, this channel,
that's all I got to say for now.
And money. You guys, why do you have to introduce money, introduce water? Why is it about money? Why is C2C about money? And that's somebody.
Facebook is for free.
And Teresa,
so,
You are running it.
I can
I don't
explain
know
from
what is-
what I heard yesterday. You're establishing something.
No, I'm saying is when I set up a bank, Russ,
Yes.
I never sat on the bank's board. I never became an officer of the bank, but I was a shareholder. And
That's
people
right.
called it my bank, but they never saw me in the bank. So this understanding about running, about what is yours, what is mine, you even said it, we are not even a community. Yes, but somebody can provoke you to become a community. Whether it is Mukoma Masimba, whether it is Ras, whether it is Free Chimedza, it doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter. But it's your platform and you are the author. Imagine I became a president of a country. You are the author. You are the president. So it's your country. Can you imagine that kind of thinking? I don't know, Freeborn, have you ever heard that kind of thinking that says you have an idea to build a school, and the school is built for kids to go to school. Then somebody says, it's your school. There's no education there. Not talking about the content, but talking about the context. Have you ever seen that kind of mindset?
I think we're on this platform
That's
to
what
educate each other. Go ahead and speak. We're all learning as we go ahead. You know, that's what community is there for. We're settling our differences. So, in my own understanding, I would say there's always going to be some elements of discouragement. People are not really aware that this platform is bigger than Mukoma Masimba. It's beyond Mukoma Masimba. And it's repeatedly been said by Mr. Mawere already that, yes, we're dealing with a situation right now, but that's not what this is all about. Because I'm on this platform, I have my own interests, which are more about art and architecture and film production. That's the main reason why I got onto this platform. And I just thank Mukoma Masimba for directing me to this platform. But he is not the topic of discussion for the whole day, because there's many other things they have to explain with regards to the importance of building communities.
All
Which
right.
Mr. Mawere had room to do.
Yeah, I'm saying is that is one. And that Facebook, Mugare Ikoko, don't come here with your shallow-minded theories. This platform is to connect people, which is a service in itself. You never get a chance like this again. That someone is responding, and the attenders said something profound as well. Masimba has done very well to help himself and rest of our community. We have so much to learn from his experience as a nation, maybe as human beings.
That's right.
He has exhibited a subject we seem very ignorant to, mental health in men as well as in women. Masimba took so much advice from everyone who put efforts to shield him while he was in desperate need of help. I can say we can do more to change our narratives and empower each other. Hashtag brotherhood of men transcends the sovereignty of nations. That we can not be a nation. Right now, we are all connected because of one man. And not because of him alone, but because we choose to. Nobody can force you to talk to another. Nobody can force you to be in a platform where you don't feel you count for nothing. You are not learning. Yet in all this, there is somebody who says, like Teresa, who says, educate me, Mr. Mawere, I'm listening. Imagine somebody says that to you. Then you sing Amazing Grace to say, yes, I didn't know. And I want to learn. That's all this platform is about. It is about being connected and being able to talk to each other and not at each other.
That's right.
And if you have a person like Teresa, whoever she is, you can see her thinking expressed, not hidden, but on your face, to say, Mr. Mawere, I don't believe you. What I believe is what I believe, but I'm now willing to listen. That's why we are saying from a connection to a community. But listening to me does not provide an answer, because I also don't know what tomorrow brings. I also didn't know I was going to end up with Freeborn here. I have not spoken to Freeborn Chimeza. The other day he was saying I'm cutting off, but I heard Mr. Tinashe. Tinashe told me after the show that I don't want to come on your platform because people come there to insult me. And he was speaking for himself. He is not Masimba, but to Freeborn, he thought I was trying to stop him from talking. But the person who was there, he tried it himself, unknown to me, to connect with him, to talk to him. And what Chimeza was saying, I want to get at him. I want to expose this silly guy who says one thing today, tomorrow he changes. But we celebrate people who change their perspectives. So, Teresa, you are not alone. Even other people change the way they look at the glass. It need not be both half empty, half full to the same person, but to another, the same facts can produce different conclusions. So, Miracle, my boys, so true, Andrews Tendes, that what, would you agree that what Tendes has said, hashtag brotherhood and sisterhood, that's what it's all about. You can't be brotherhood alone. Is it possible, Russ?
No way. We as brethren need our sisters. You cannot be brethren alone. You need your brothers, your brothers to be brotherhood. Because so it's real. We need that. We need that backbone.
We heard what Mandishona said.
Yes.
And I read him not to be interested in building a community, but pointing a finger to say, guys, I know better. I am a professional. You guys are nobody. And why are you spending time talking about Mukoma Masimba? But when you called me yesterday, did you call me with Ras with Mukoma Masimba?
No, he called me with you.
All
meaning
right.
that he's saying he knows what he's doing, because he had told me a few weeks ago that, you've been very helpful to me. I want to introduce you to this platform. I didn't know what platform that was until yesterday. But he's always mentioned that, Ras, you've been assisting me, and I just want to assist you where I can. So what I'm seeing here, Mr. Mawere, is that fear of parting with money, which is common and understood amongst us Zimbabweans when we try to organize anything and that word is mentioned. So that's what I want to clarify. This platform here will cover a lot of different areas which are professional. So business alone, this is a business platform. This is a platform for discussion. This is a platform for people to sell their services. And it goes on and on. So there must be a vision behind the whole thing for it to require some monetary support. That's how I see it. And for Mukoma Masimba, who I was sending money to say I should send money to this platform instead, makes sense to me, because he's trying to establish something that will last longer than a packet of cigarettes or a packet of mbanje or a packet or a six-pack of alcohol. He's trying to establish something which answers all the questions that the other guys were asking before. Masimba should not get money because you'll abuse it. No way. Said invest it in this community building. So that's the answer I have for the people that were concerned about the monetary issue.
Yesterday, Rase, you said I want to help Mukoma Masimba, and $30.
Definitely.
$30 is too small.
It's nothing.
It's
For
not
what I wanted to do to him.
Yeah.
To do for him, exactly.
And
what I wanted to assist.
You said you went through some patch in your life where you felt any encouragement, any laughter was better than no laughter.
Exactly.
And you have come through all that. And you were saying, Mukoma Masimba, I still need to help you directly. And this is what you have asked me to do. But $30 is nothing.
Yes.
So how do I help you? And what did he say to you?
He said to me, join the community and become active in the community with your art and your architectural stuff. Build yourself within the community, do it for yourself, and that is what's going to make me happy. So I said, I'll join the community, I'll push myself out there if that's what's going to make you happy, because my money into your pocket is not what's going to make you happy. But you want to see this community prevail and connect people for something that will benefit beyond Mukoma Masimba. So the legacy he wants to leave is not to be known as Mvenge and the rest or whatever. He wants to say they built a community which is functional. People are here that are introduced to each other, that are doing business. That was the idea that I got from him. There's the humorous side of him, but the serious side that we easily ignore through what he's going through. So if you are wise enough to pick the serious sides of what he's trying to convey beyond so-called mental issues, even the wise people who are educated, who are saying they know what's going on, can they pick beyond and see the serious side of Mukoma Masimba through all what he's portraying? So if they can be smart enough to see what's beyond, then we're talking. Because what's beyond is what is addressed to me, that he wants to see a community image where we assist each other. Because he's a man who's been always a community affiliated and loves to assist people. When people are in need, he will go out of his way if he can. That's the truth I know of the man, because he was somebody that you wouldn't feel embarrassed to address your issues. If you're going through something, he's the one people could open up to. But now it's vice versa.
Thank you very much. And you've agreed also to do your creative side to produce videos from this content so that others may know. And that you agree that generally in life, there are people who are cynical, who are destructive, and who will throw gesture at anything that moves.
Yes, Mr. Mawere. Unfortunately, that's what we have running around in most people's brains, and they're unaware of it because they don't have actual time to self-reflect. Instead of you commenting, try and put yourself in that person's shoes, because what's lacking here perhaps is a bit of empathy. And then we end up having that crabs in a bucket syndrome, and that's a lot of people. Nothing constructive to say a lot of things to say, but nothing constructive. Constructive criticism is value, but outright criticism has no value. And unfortunately, that's of us people.
Right now, just check it out as we close. Freeborn.
Right.
Mukoma Masimba knows Mandishona
Right.
personally. And Mandishona is a mental health professional. And Mukoma Masimba, in his own frame of mind, he is challenging professionals that they think they know everything, yet they know nothing. And if I tell them I got a girlfriend, professionals will take that and diagnose that and say that is the reality. If I show them a form that says the following, we want to increase your dosage, they will believe that form and they will prescribe based on that form. They will tell everybody that is the reality without forgetting the same person who is giving them the reality is the same person they are calling sick. How can you believe a sick man to tell you the truth, yet you know better than the sick man?
That's a good question.
Huh? How dare you come and judge others? And yet, if Mukoma Masimba, he's got a girlfriend, that's between him and the girlfriend and the people who is minding
Exactly.
his affairs. Then I spent my valuable time given for free by God discussing what should happen. And this guy is giving us a dummy just to expose that he has found a secret. His mother, he has a cure for corona. Because those who are experts, there's the biggest prophets, have not found a cure for this invisible person called corona.
That's
Yet
right.
they are still in hospitals telling everybody that, listen to me, I know what you don't know, but yet everybody is surrendered against corona. So who is the boss? According to him. So Mandishona says, I don't understand anything, so I'm dummy. But I'm willing to say here, I don't understand anything. And I'm not here as an expert. All I'm raising is questions, and I'm now told I'm a dummy, I'm stupid, I'm foolish. But all I'm saying is I came to this show not to talk about Mukoma Masimba's girlfriends or whatever. I didn't come here to do that. Mandishona has imposed it that I came here to talk about this. And this is the unfairness of life. That each one is their own lane. If I decide to use my time to talk to you, Ras and Freeborn, that's my time. You don't have to watch.
That's right.
If we decide to build communities, and as long as we are two or more, we already have Jesus' quorum. Jesus left disciples, but he also said, if two or more gather in my name, my presence shall be felt. If we gather in the name of C2C, it doesn't stop anyone from being cynical.
No.
It just takes those who believe in something to get going with it. If a dog barks, keep going. And if you can't walk, please, by all means, crawl. If you can't crawl, by all means, take a wheelchair, but just keep going. Because you are the change that you want to see. Change will never come out of pointing fingers at others, out of being an expert on life, because life itself was created to be uncertain. We all live without knowledge of what is to come. We all live without knowledge of what exists in the universe. We all believe something because somebody has made us believe it. But the moment one person becomes an expert at everything, there is a danger that we have platforms of people who live in ivory towers, who don't want to listen to any other opinion because their opinion is the only one. So I agree with you, Ebi Mandishona. You don't understand anything at all. I don't. If I did, I would not be here. I'll be telling you. Mukoma Masimba's temperature today is 37.2 or 36.5. And in his lungs, this is the amount of nicotine that is there. I would know that. I don't know. And I don't understand. So that is all I can say. It could be a control issue. If I had to cure for corona, I would be in control, as I would be having something that the world is currently not able to resolve. So I will be in control because I have, you don't have, I don't know. Teresa, you may know better, but Mukoma Masimba is being advised by people, yet he is being attended to by people who are doing something and who are paid to do that in his condition. Chantel Mbazo, I had my phone on here, but sleeping my income, MMSC2 sell Tombi in hospital. So that's a Dre Rasta. Okay, so that's fine. So I think we can close here and you can have your final words. I thought I must just say that I'm no expert and I wouldn't want to be associated with expertise that is pedestrian, and I'm a pedestrian. And I don't know what is fact. I don't know what is real. I don't even know what death is. If somebody dies who I don't know, it's not death. It's business as usual. But if somebody dies who I know, it's a real death. So that's all I can say. It's I don't know what I don't know. And what I know is in the past tense. What is to happen tomorrow, I have no idea. What is to happen to C2C, I have no idea. But anyone who does something, and Mr. Maore, it is your platform and you are the one talking to 60%. Yeah, that's fine. I can, you can allow me to talk and that's fine. What is wrong with that? Others may learn from my talking. Others may ignore it. There's no issue. Freeborn, have you benefited from my talking? Because Ebi Mandishona has got a problem with my talking and he is listening.
I always look forward to you, Mr. Mawere. I always learn from you, Mr. Mawere. Always, I always learn from you. Yeah, I always learn from you, Mr. Mawere. That's the thing. I do. And as someone, my biological father, he passed away. But I never felt that emptiness because and they don't allow me to I call them father, Dibaba. And same with my biological mother. They're mama, they're mothers. To me, you are in that bracket, which I look at you as a father figure. And it so or something. So I always learn when I come to you, Mr. Mawere, whether I participate or not, I always walk away with something. To the point, I'm now also in touch na Mason, and he also got me in touch na Ruramai, and I also got in touch na Signoro. We taking after you. My ideas, I'm trying to run with them. Just building a community. Also, just as you are, I'm going to pay up, like I said, at the end of the month. And Mason was actually like, look, it's only $25. I can pay for you now. Don't worry about it. I was like, no, Mason, don't worry. My missus will take care of it. But that's all just meeting through this platform, meeting through Mukoma Masimba. And Mason is into metaphysics. So that's a different category, a different subject to altogether the issues. But we are going to do a show by C2C platform, me and Mason, so we can discuss these metaphysical things. So yes, I learn a lot. I learn a lot from everyone. I know we are Panaba effect with this channel. If you're wise, you learn from even the fools themselves. You learn from them too. You learn even from ignorance. You learn from that too. If you have the capacity to do so, it's your capacity to do so. And I always find gems in things you say. And there are certain quotes you say. Yeah, then I'm reading all my books and I find those quotes. Yeah, that one. I love that statement. It's very profound. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, we are different levels at the end of the day, Mr. Mawere. Some people's level of maturity is still very embarrassing. They should not be commenting on social media. It's just a representation of their level of ignorance rather than anything else. So yeah, I come as an ignoramus, but I always find myself feeling more intelligent. I learn things. So my time here is well spent, Mr. Mawere, to the point I feel I should be contributing something. $30, Mr. Mawere, for a yearly subscription is nothing. And honestly, we pay more for monthly subscriptions for television. You see what I'm saying? We spend more buying bundles, doing useless things, rather than building communities that can actually help us in the long run. So yeah, some people are it will take some time, Mr. Mawere, so please be patient. Like the saying goes, in Vanalembwa, even though they are born on the same day, at the same time. You see what I'm saying, Mr. Mawere? So please be patient with us, Mr. Mawere.
Okay, no, thank you, Freeborn Chimeda. And on your side, Ras, any final comments?
All final comments I would give with regards to the next show when we get into discussions relate to business opportunities on an international scale, creating opportunities for the community. So that's what Mukoma Masimba wanted me to get engaged in, so I will. And that's the therapy I'm doing by doing something that I think is beneficial for me and him. So next time I'm going to be bringing in a topic with regards to architecture and construction standards and all those interesting things to do with building materials and creating new building materials and new construction methods, and also enhancing our original African construction methods we always had in Zimbabwe. Our ancient construction methods enhanced, brought alive in the modern context, and art and comedy, which are my areas of interest. So that's all I gotta say. I'm thankful for being on this platform, and I won't hold you much longer. So just remember, next time when I get on live, we'll be getting a little bit deeper into construction and how to be able to establish an international platform where we can all work together and all get paid from the same platform. So
thank you very much, both. And I'm sorry to Ras say that our show
thank you.
we discussed, we was ambushed and hijacked, but so is life.
That's okay. Maybe we need an interesting twist.
Yeah.
Maybe we needed some clarifications, and that was the thing we did today. We had to clarify some things.
That's
to
right.
people.
And Mukoma Masimba has also taught us that in his script for today, he's in love with a blonde. And he is saying, I'm not a tribalist, love, hashtag brotherhood of men.
Yes.
And love can cross barriers.
That's true.
And even when you are sick, you can also fall in love.
That's right.
Love is no invitation. It just takes two people. And you may find yourself in the same mental condition.
That's right.
Love conquers all. Hatred is expensive because you need time, you need effort.
Yes.
To exercise it. So if we are all human, and it doesn't matter what your husband looks like, what your wife looks like, as long as it works for you, keep on it. Never be distracted by people who say something just because you look different. Just because you are sick, they say, wait, you are not ready. Why now? Why not tomorrow? Get better. Can you postpone love so that you fall in love at the right time? And I don't support anything, Mandishona. It's not about me and you. I'm just talking about the reality of love. I don't support anything. I don't even know whether what I'm told is correct. But the lesson in it is that there's a black person and a white person. And I was just responding to Shepherd Mushaipa, who was saying we are all trying to help each other. So let's unite a Zim community. Now, Mr. Mukoma Masimba has thrown a curveball on the Zim community. Now he's fallen in love with this mysterious blonde. Is she part of the community that Shepherd is talking about? Or this person is excluded on account of skin color? Or what is C2C? That's a challenge for all of you. Should it be Zimbabwean? If so, who is qualified to be Zimbabwean? And I'm not making judgments, but I'm only asking you to be able to think. And Mandishona thinks I don't have common sense, but for others like Freeborn, like Ras, they may actually learn something about how to build bridges than build silos. And it may not be correct for me to substitute Mukoma Masimba so that his reality becomes my reality. I become an expert on something I have no knowledge of. All I see him is a picture that he shows me. While he was away, I don't know what he was doing. But all I have is faith. And faith is what has taken me here. I don't have proof that when I die, I go to heaven or to hell. But I live each day satisfied that I don't know what I don't know. And I'm quite happy not knowing what heaven is like. And that's what I see. That if you fall in love with somebody who doesn't look like you, perhaps that's a sign that we are all human. We are all created equal by the Creator.
But All our health
And
is
it is.
That's a sign that we are all human.
So if we are human, let's behave as such that we are limited by our humanity not to be experts at life. None of us knows what life is. I am the first one to admit that I'm ignorant as what Mandishona has said. He has called me an ignorant person, a person who is out of touch with reality, a person who is gullible, who is not helping Mukoma Masimba to restore his health. I may not have the sense that is common. I am saying my relationship, my patients are acceptable. That is only if they're able to make informed decision making. But Abe, you're not listening to me. I'm saying I don't know what the relationship is. I have no idea of knowing it. And it's none of my business anyway. Because there are many things that happen without my eyes being privileged to see it. And I've accepted that I got two eyes. And I don't have more than two eyes. And what somebody tells me as reality is what I believe until he tells me otherwise. So I don't know what you know. But what I know is if Mukoma Masimba is sick and mentally disturbed, why do you believe him? Why become selective? If he tells you a lie, you say it's true, and you act on it, you advise on it. What if he's playing you to be just human and say, Mukoma Masimba, tell me about your personal experiences? And he'll tell us. And what he tells us, we'll accept. If the hospital discovers him, flushes him out, we will take it from there. But why would I believe a madman and call him mad? So Mukoma Masimba is here for himself, to talk for himself, but we have a challenge.
Welcome back.
Right. Rasta, what do you say?
Tumfara kuti madzoka muri kusounda better. Mami moto pe, mami ne moto wakawandisa paya.
Rasta, I'm the boss and I'm in charge. Anyway, in a big show today, 6 p.m. Nango Jet, please. Rasta, I want you to be there.
6 p.m. Mangwane kunogere buzi 9:41 kunoga.
UK time.
6 p.m. Australia kanti ku UK.
UK. Because in the guest second UK. Yes.
Saka inengere nguva ikunoku manje.
I have to work it out manje baba. Chato bila kugara pass ndibati calculate yangu baba.
Utu update nepa WhatsApp. Saka iwewe ndada kuti iwewe I'm happy kuti wadzoka voice rako ri kusound kunge wa recover serek. Tinewe hatina kumbokurasa vanhu vako vanokuda. Vane zvichemo zvakasiyana siyana. Everyone is trying to help in different ways.
$50 hapana nondida. Hapana nondida.
Aiwa, ini ndatini yako tichabhadhara neyangu nedzevamwe vachinge vari kusisisa kupinda vasina.
Rasta, Zimbabwe. These are called Zimbabwe.
Yes.
Okay. Because there is after which I was fighting for Zimbabwe. Then I
don't
realized
stereotype. Akona ku stereotype kama Zimba kama yangu anosiyana kama type kale mhandi dzakasiyana na Mazimba. Dzakasiyana siyana. Asitokona ku generalize zvedu kuti mari inogona kusesesa vanhu. Kudai saka chatanga ndabhadhara yako nema munhu kana serious.
Rasta.
That is serious. That is serious. Do progressive.
How can you pay for your boss? I'm the boss. I'm in charge at this stage. This is my show.
My boss.
Hello.
My boss.
Hey, how are you? And I was telling him about our conversation and maybe how best we can move forward. And is also agreeable that you are good at what you do, and we have to give you a radio platform to be able to talk to the wider public rather than small groups. Or
That's
you
right.
can do as you see fit. So we have a StreamYard that broadcasts to about 8 platforms at one. So
Yep.
you can be on Facebook, YouTube, and you can have on different pages.
That's right.
And then you can bring people on the show. And obviously, it then allows people to get wider and also build a brand of yourself. Because some of the people who are in WhatsApp groups, they don't write, they don't do anything after you have a show. So I was saying yesterday you had Mukupe, but after that, everyone forgets they're talking about soccer. And so whatever was established there in the conversations just is like the water that flows through the Zambezi to the Indian Ocean.
I actually think keeping records and editing, like I'll be doing.
So, for example, I can try tomorrow, Saturday, like from 5 to 6, and I can try. I don't know how the radio is going to work because I don't.
No. We said we try three. I'll send you a link. Then also on your personal page, you can send me, or we can get one of our guys here to put you as to add your page to that platform, so that when we set up, it automatically goes to your Facebook page.
Would you like me to come to something? Would you like me to start with Kupe? Who do you think of the guests? Who would you like me to come with?
No, you are you, and whatever works for you. You have freedom of associating yourself, and we can start the two of us just to have a 30-minute show to introduce the show and why it's important to build institutions. Because what you are doing is building bridges through shared understanding and of what the issues are. Because sometimes we talk at each other, we don't talk to each other. That's why you are disciplining people not to post anything while you are having a conversation. That's order, that's structure, that's not in the animal kingdom. So I could get you just to talk about you, what makes you want.
So I'll start the first episode by myself, and then the next one I will.
You are now
I will bring someone.
Yeah, then you can bring anyone. You can bring a town hall meeting where you are saying, I need people to come, because eventually we need people to subscribe so that they come to your show and pay something for that show.
Okay.
So we must start also talking about monetization, the digital age. How do we get content? How do we train journalists? And there are many people who are not trained to be journalists, but they drive traffic, they drive content. Then the second one was Mukoma Masimba. I was asking him, what do you think is Anupenga? They got okay. Asingapengi Diani. The people with suits and ties and people who tell you a lot of lies, they never take responsibility. They tell you everything is okay. There's no crisis anyway. The world is full of cockroaches, enemies. Is that the kind of people you want to come and abuse the intelligence of people.
Yeah.
Or we want a person who says, I'm sick, but still you don't get the sickness. Who says, I ate shit, and you call him a shitman. Or somebody who comes to you with a shit mind, but disguised in a suit and tie.
Yeah.
So how did you find the yesterday Yam Kupe?
Because it's also like it's hard to really engage because it's limited and stuff like that. So this is why I do need bigger platforms because I usually cut it short before I'm satisfied with the answers because I'm thinking people won't get time to answer.
Yeah. So So today you have another show.
Yeah, every day I try to do something whenever I'm free. So every day at 7 because now people want it so much. People come into my inboxes like a high demand now, so that's why I'm now trying to book way in advance now.
Perfect.
So like Zambi Monday, BT Tuesday. I'm speaking to Thomas Mukoma Wednesday. Like, I'm trying to not do it in advance because the demand is so much now.
All right.
Like 1 6 now.
So I think so you can have Ziambi and we can help you to make it what? We can help Tendai, then that's where we can assist you so that you are not alone on the research side.
Yeah, okay, let me speak to you when I'm done with work so we can talk properly the logistics.
No problem.
Thank you, Molly. Thank you.
Mr. Mawari, we still there? MM.
Yes, Rasta. I'm the boss.
How are you, boss?
Boss is in charge.
That logo on Oga Jamukaga before. I'm happy that you're in a better state right now.
Sorry. Were you hearing me?
Yes, I was hearing you, Mr. Maweri.
Sorry, I thought I was on mute.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
I'm Ruzi.
Right.
Masimba.
The boss is back.
I'm happy with madzoka muri kusounda better. Before ndasvika muri pamoto ndikati ndinokwanisa kumupinda muchirongo chanhasi here kana kuti ndimbohwanda kuseri kwegoni kusvikira zvadzikama. Aufama wangu zvise.
I'm the boss. I'm in charge.
Saka iwe wangu haikona kunyanyovava iwe uri munhu anofanira kuti anofadza vanhu. You're a comedian. Comedian akasvika akatsamwa ka totizirepi manje vanhu vese vakatsamwa pano pasi pese. Imi macomedian kana mange makashatirwawo nemi towandirepi. Ukaona Kevin Hart akapfeka fesi yeshumba apa yaseke hazviitika. Ukaona kana Martin Lawrence kana Eddie Murphy apfeka shumba fesi inenge Undertaker yava comedy iyoyo. Vaona ndo hazvisi zvikawaona ka. Iwe semunhu wecomedy ndinoda kuti undikwadze nemadhokta kwamazuva ese. Paunochatirwa unondityisa ka iwe hazvisi right because iwe uri munhu anonakidza vanhu. Ukasvika uri angry ukaramba matopics mamwe kuti hatidzudziseka ndobva ndakatyamadzwa kuti munhu ndinomuziva uyu. This guy aidzidzisa mumwe apana shona kuZim community and his level of intelligence.
Ndosaka wakuru wakati pane charuraya zizarifene mhepo.
Chokwadi. Rumwe arikombichuru ndisaka community iri kubuildika. Kubuildika kwecommunity uchazoona kuti hausiwo wega uye zvaupengi. Kuongerwa nenjere kunogona kuti mentally advanced differently. And that's a big problem kuti siya njere dzichikuwandira unozonzi kupenga. Ichauchidzilimitawo ndichawana kuti mbudzidzora dzimombodzisa pane mamwe maprogramu. Mabhebhi manje dzadziya ka vanhu vanoundeestimata kuti tinogona kutovhiringidza ka. Vasingazoti kana varume vakawana ndo dzavari kusati vazvisungirire kunzvimbo dzakasiyana siyana.
Chinzwa
baby, I take it seriously. Baby rako ndiane mazuva ano.
Peter kachinzwa kanzi rekadzive shiri mazai ana muto.
Ndati ndira kunzwa kuti baby riri kukuchemedza mazuva ano nderipi. Because that's a very sensitive issue. Ndio pari kukonzeresa varume vakawanda panyaya dzevakadzi. Tozvizoti kutsvakwe ndebvu todzimirana. Kutsvakwe ndebvu todzimirana. Ndati kudzimura wawina here. Murudzii. Ndati murudzii.
Pano mandishona ngawe pano. Ndiri pano
murudzii.
Mandishona uya pano.
Uya pano mandivera nebaby. It's okay.
Bumizwa anonyepa
baby.
Anonyepa
Gules. We're happy, Mama Masimba, that you're here feeling happy. And they want to connect now. I have not very serious in the community to show. This is we're just waiting to be papa to step in chato, Cheso to Munda Kuno, Nashinto, na Freeman, to a pizza bandegi. Just what I'm chato, Mukoma Masimba, Negam blonde, Kauti, beach up, Corona Pera, Apam Tuma Ripo, side Ragabata Bayberry. Mukoma Masimba vachitorwa masteps iye mvetomdzidzisawo culture yedu kudzidzisawo culture yake ichibikawo sadza vachikubikirawo imwe kwavo unoiziva inobikwa kunoko mazondo guru zvese zviripo so that wedders inenge nezvechisalad nezvechigeto munhu wese hapana shaiko. That's what we mean building community.
Malishona ngachinyepa Mukoma Malishona uyai pano Mukoma Malishona mamuchitinyepera nini
break in mupenzerana because ndingaitenge asi musatukane ndo chinhu chanangopota sandabva musatukane musataura nyaya dzemapolitics dzemapato kuti azoda kutori we're here for community. Community overrides political affiliation and religious affiliation. Christians, Rastafarians, Muslims of Zimbabwe, ese maZimbabwe nezvinyawu tinokunai pano. You resemble our culture and community in your different ways. We want you on board.
Pulo Rasta.
That's what it is. Community as one. Community vanu.
Pana Mukoma Mandishona pana my brother. Angachita ngazubhumizwe. Uye pano. Ngakumshuwa majibhibi ndinaro pambeda paro. Ngauye pano Mandishona.
Handisi kukuona pavidhio kenini kutaura kuti chiko ndikatyamadza kuti musazoite mapono. This is a very serious platform Mukoma. Musazoite zvemapono ikoko nemusikana wako please. Kubuda ita muchita zvinhu zvakadzikama.
No, he's gone now.
He's gone. Good.
So Abby says read my comment. So there's a dispute between Mukoma Masimba. I'm not here to fight you, Masimba. I support your recovery 130%. And I think let's us deal with that. And Ras, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Chimeza, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I want to begin.
How do I know that you are both here?
I check. Tiripo.
Are you there?
Yes, we're there.
And what is your mental condition? What is your mental condition?
Nyangoti yangu kana pa 85% up. Andingazoti 100 kamunhu wese ane mapengero nepengera.
Are you sure you're okay?
Tingati aungazoti overall okay. Nokuzvishingisa sevarume. So we have to accept in all honesty we cannot be 100% okay in this lifetime.
Okay.
But we have to appreciate 80% gauri bo kacho kana 60% gauri bo. But
would you want to be in a community where there are mental health professionals?
Yes, that would be great to have them on board so we can have logical conversations. Because like I said, I had first-hand experience. I'd like to hear their opinions and also hear the spiritualists' opinions, because everyone is a healer in their own way. When they say mental health, we give too much credit to mental health experts and we leave out spiritualists or those that have spiritual illnesses that the mental health people attend to and fail. Vanhu vobva vanotomboenda vachinoridza kurapwa wopfungwa dziramba kuti right problem inenge isiri mental. So picking up the problem is what they should know.
So you would want to be there, Chimeza, would you want to be there in a community where there are experts who tell you what they've learned and who tell you what time it is?
I would love that.
Yeah. Up to a point. Munoziva paunofana kugumira handidega to the point wekuti you should not be intrusive handidega, be informative handidega, and giving advice, but don't force me to live your life. That's the whole point.
Okay, that's now the process. I mean,
that's a good one.
As an answer, would you want C2C mental health?
Yes,
as a subject matter to be
discussed
and to raise awareness around mental health issues?
Yes, we would love that.
It's essential.
Okay.
That's all
essential.
So out of three, the two of you are saying yes?
Yes, that's an important issue. Mental health is an important issue.
So yes. We have 100% now.
Definitely. We need professionals on board, and people are dying in silence.
We are already a community of three.
Yep.
And we call it C2C mental health.
That's right.
So we will ask those who are on the patient side.
Yes.
And those who are on the provider side.
Yes, I'm on the patient side. That's why I speak from experience. When I speak what I speak, assisting in Masimba.
And then we also look for those on the provider side, on the supply side.
That's right.
To give us their experiences, so that we can then be able to judge for ourselves, for the benefit of ourselves, unless we are commissioned to look at your mental health and test it. So we all agree we are not experts, but we have an interest.
We have an interest because it's something that's affecting.
Not that we have a mental health issue, but we may know somebody. We may also have an issue ourselves that would provide content for discussions.
Thank you very much.
So we'll check with B says, when I asked the question, he quickly jumped into the conclusion that I was excluding myself. Hans, my mental health
Mr. Maweri.
Yeah?
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
As my mental health experts do their work at an organization or community, kana vave kumpa their vanhuwo zvavo. So what is the difference between an engineer and mental health? What is the difference between a magician and a mental health? What is the difference between a comedian and mental health? Do you see any difference? Yeah,
I see there's a big difference, and can I add on to what you just said? So within the so-called mental health, right? Sometimes we can assume that it's mental health. Okay, there should be many versions of mental health affiliated things. So let's give this example. you consist of a mind, a body, and a soul as a human being, right? Those are three elements that make you up as a person: your mind, your body, and your soul. And if any of those things is affected by something, the symptoms are going to show in a certain way, in other ways. So if you're spiritually unwell, it can be physically exhibited as well as mentally, like vice versa. So that's what we're trying to get to. We need community. Yes, we
but
need mental health
Mandishona,
experts, and we need to.
Ras Mandishona is saying something deep, and you need to dig deeper. He's saying my mental health experts do their work at an organization or community.
Yes.
So do you agree that all people, Kanavawa Kumba, even a CEO is not a CEO at home? Huh?
I don't go to CEO.
You never got a husband or a father or just a gardener.
Oh, that's the context.
That's the context saying that we are all human.
True.
Yeah. Saka, when we build a community, let's build a community of human beings. That's what Mandishona is saying.
It makes a lot of sense.
Not an apartheid structure.
Exactly.
Then Mukoma Masimba is getting too much attention. It's got to his head. Imagine somebody saying meat is getting too much attention from flies. Huh?
There are people with worse mental. Yes, they are. I could even be worse than Mukoma Masimba. And then next day I've committed suicide because I haven't expressed myself.
He thinks this is about Mukoma Masimba.
It's beyond. He's just a catalyst.
He is saying Mukoma Masimba inyama ya too much nunzi. Saka, there are people with the worse serious mental health issues than him. But who chooses? Yes. We are just choosing him.
We're just choosing.
He has connected us. So
yes, and
the three of us, we are connected because of Mukoma Masimba. Is that correct?
Of Mukoma Masimba. That's right. And I just wanted to say to Dave Chama, I've got worse mental conditions, and I've listed than what Mukoma Masimba has told me. And I'm on this platform today trying to assist Mukoma Masimba because of what he's doing to assist more people beyond himself.
No, but you know why the word assistance is a bad word?
It's a bad word because it looks like you're helping.
Never help a donkey to drink water when it's not thirsty.
Exactly. That's a punchline. You're dropping some bars, Mr. Mawe.
So you can put it in your video.
Anyway, the picture is way beyond Double M. We can call him Eminem or Mukoma Masimba. That's our brother right there. Because he's a catalyst, we can't ignore him.
Then we are not comparing mental sickness. We are too small to compare.
Yes, we can't even compare that. To what
we
level?
Compare someone's mind with another person's mind. I can't compare your mind with mine, Ras. And the fact that you're saying what you are saying, I respect it.
There are people with worse and serious. Yes, that's what I was saying. He's my friend. And he's seen me go through too much. He might be having mental issues. I get a whole fractured upper body with every bone fractured in it. When I had issues where I would think that I'll be dying the next day, every day, from pain. So he knows me and I know him. I'm here to be for him, to be there for Mukoma Masimba because he was there for me. Like he's there for everybody else. So that's the importance of him. So let's not try to blast Mukoma Masimba or to attack him on this platform because he has contributed to bringing together. I hope it answers the questions for everybody else who might be wondering why and why we bring up.
Ebi said it's very true, which means he agrees with some of the things that we are saying, and we may not agree with everything, but that's the nature of life anyway.
Yeah, that's the nature of life. We don't have to agree on everything. We have to disagree to agree, and to agree in order to disagree, or vice versa. It's just a cycle. I say Mukoma Masimba has brought us together. We're thankful. We appreciate. I really owe him something for that. That's all I got to say. Whatever negative stuff anybody else has to say, for whatever differences they have with Mukoma Masimba, it's nothing to do with what brought me to this platform. I'm here for the community.
And Eb says Rasta has lived experience. It's good to have him to provide narrative therapy. Do you agree, Chimeza? And what is Mandishona saying as you dig deeper?
Okay. Has Mandishona ever been on this platform as we are all live? Because my understanding is shy. We are live or something. To interrogate, to discuss, to discourse, and it. Because it seems to me he's comfortable behind the scenes just typing. I do type, but you can see I'm confident enough to put my face here, my wife here, my daughter here, because I've got nothing to hide in terms of being interrogated in my life. And I usually use my real name there. That's Chimeza Freeboard. That's me. And I can give opinion from experience, or just opinion from what I think it might be. It's just for my thing. I'm saying this. You're trying to be relevant, and you're just trying to be relevant. You're trying to say the right things. You're trying to sound like a professional. You're trying to sound a lot of things. That's the thing, right?
What is he saying to you?
Right.
If you
experience, it's good to have him to provide narrative therapy.
No, he's saying that kana usina beta diabetes, hauna therapy, hauna deeper.
Right.
So and you are saying kana sekuru wako wakaita diabetes. Can't you talk about your experience? Just being associated. What is Mandishona saying? It's good, and we agree. But we are not there to do anything more than share what we have. So today we're just talking about building community power.
Right.
That the three of us, we can start talking about architecture, block coins, banking, because we are three.
Right.
We are not limited to talking about Mukoma Masimba.
Yes.
Those who want to talk about making money passively, please say why. For yes? No, those who want to build global architecture firms, learning from the church. Do you agree that the Roman Catholic Church is a multinational corporation? Ras, do you agree?
Yeah, oh yes.
I went to a Catholic school in Zimbabwe. What do you expect? And also the school's infrastructure.
How many popes are there? How many popes are in the Vatican?
2.
Oh, I wouldn't know.
And Chimeza, how many popes are in the church?
I thought one. Okay.
You don't even have to think. There's only one.
One at a time.
Huh?
That's right.
All right. How many priests are in the Catholic faith?
Countless.
But if there's no order and structure, do you think there will be a Catholic church?
No, it will be a Catholic mess.
So
that's right.
Do you need structure and order for the church to be 1,000 years old?
Definitely.
Structure and order. Ndara, and the building you are in right now needs structure and order. This software we are using right now to communicate needs structure and order. And when you write certain protocols, especially for internet, you know, the TCP, IP, and cinema protocols, and it layers, and it networking layer, application layer, protocol layer, session layer. All these layers work in tandem to try and give you a seamless experience when you are using interface end user and it. But behind the scenes, there is a lot of highly organized algorithms running these programs. Yes, and there are also errors sometimes within the system, but there are ways to rectify those errors. Signal back and forth so that the communication can seem seamless. So yes, without organization and structure, this information would be random. So when you are putting random information, then you know, even your address, that's a form of organization. So you have an IP address as well, so that we can identify the location where you are. So without systems of organization, we are just as good as animals. But at least my animals, you know, they have hierarchy of their own. But no, there's nothing that can be achieved without some form of organization. Even if it's a hunting party, boys in the we go. We are organized. And yo nigi basara so yo nigi basara so inini rabu so. So if you are not prepared, if you are not organized, the hunt will be unsuccessful 99.9% of the time. So everything requires organization. I don't know, perhaps
But yeah, thank you very much, Ken. If there is no money in the Catholic faith, do you think it would be a faith?
No, it wouldn't be a faith. And because
who would pay for the electricity?
Yeah. Who would pay for all that construction? Because as far as I'm concerned, the Roman Catholic, I think, it's one of the biggest landlords in this world.
But who would pay for the laundry for the nuns?
Right. And it is the tithe that we pay. It's the tithe that you pay. And it's
but Ebi saying that no, you don't need money. Mukoma Masimba is wrong. Money is a disease. Let's just talk under a tree. Let's just have programming that is not programmed. Would you want to be an animal where there is no refrigerator, where you can store content, you can store food?
Look, it depends how you look at money. Some of us will look at money as a vehicle, and that's what money is. We agreed with it's a medium of exchange. That's what we agreed as society. So there's organization behind money too. It's not just chaos behind money. When there is no organization behind money, perhaps that's where you find the situation we are in Zimbabwe. With the hyperinflation is the order of the day. No structure, no order, no organization. That's what you get. But it's a vehicle, and it's a mode of exchange. So regardless of where you are, there's this kind of an understanding. You can bring your currency, I can bring my currency. We can have an exchange rate somewhere, somehow, come to an understanding, exchange goods and services, and we all walk away satisfied. But that's the thing. We have a common understanding already of what money is, and for us to utilize it. For us
but now hear what Dave Taff is saying. I appreciate your platform, gentlemen. Imagine somebody says, I appreciate your road because I've used it. Have you ever heard someone says, I appreciate your road?
I own no roads, so I've never heard that statement being said to me before.
But the road is there to be used. It
Yes,
belongs to all who use it.
yes.
Yeah.
That is why it's called a road. Definition of a road. Yes, that's why it's
That's
called
why
a
it's
road.
called a vehicle. Even if you own it, anyone can drive it.
Yes.
But how many people say, I saw someone driving your vehicle? I said, was it moving? Yes. So what's your problem? A car is just a vehicle. It's just an instrument. I just got here and not sure what the topic of or discussion is about, but I hope Mukoma Masimba humbles himself and accepts all this help and suggestion he is getting. Ras, is Mukoma Masimba in hospital? Chimedza, is Mukoma Masimba in hospital?
Mukoma Masimba is under the care of professionals. He is under the medical healthcare system. Which department? I think it's the mental health department. He has been
But what is Dev saying? He says, I hope he humbles himself. But the man is already in an institution.
right.
And he's saying that I hope. What is hope got to do with somebody who is already inside? Is there any need of hope?
I suppose with some people, yes, there is need for hope. Because I suppose that's at the end of the day, when everything has been taken away from us, that's what keeps us going.
No, you just record and say Mukoma Masimba is in a mental institution. And I know that because I saw him there. But right now, I don't know whether he's still there or not. He may have run away to smoke. So is it not the case that we, just as human beings, we tend to import our own feelings into facts that are foreign to us, that are independent to us? And we now hope that it's a question of humility. When the person is already inside, he doesn't seem. What does doesn't seem mean? To take anything on board. Seem to who? When he is already on board inside the institution and boxing inside it. I think he's so elated. Why do you have to think when you can ask him? And know it all type of person that it clouds his judgment. But if he knew everything, why would he be in a place where he can't run away? He's in a prison. If he runs away, they catch him, bring him back until somebody signs him out. So why would Dave Taft not know that? Yeah?
Well, in his defense, it's because he just got here, not sure what the topic or discussion about. But I hope Mukoma Masimba humbles himself. Well, the thing is, no. I mean,
he's already Chimedza. You can't go to Sweden and leave your brains in Zimbabwe.
Yeah, I'll got how it goes not Sweden. That's the thing.
No, but he's saying, apart from talking, he says, I don't know what's here, but he has already concluded that Mukoma Masimba is not humble.
Exactly. That's what I was about to allude to myself. As I read on, okay, here I appreciate your platform, gentlemen. I need to go. But then, okay, amen. Just got here and not sure what the topic or discussion is about. But I hope Mukoma Masimba humbles himself and accepts all these helps and suggestions. That's the thing. He's assuming that Mukoma Masimba is not a humble individual.
And he doesn't accept any suggestion. But he's in hospital.
Yes. Right.
And people were saying, go to a mental, go to hospital. And he did that. After doing that, instead of congratulating him and encouraging him.
Right. Right.
Eh? And Eb says, I totally agree with Dave. So he doesn't agree with anything that we are saying. Hey, Ras, do you really understand Eb Mandishona?
I'm seeing both sides of the story because people are assuming that he's not humbling himself and taking the assistance that's being offered, but he has taken it on board, which we congratulated him for. When we saw him in hospital the first day, we said, that's a good decision. Don't be on the streets. It's better to be live while you're in hospital than to be out there on the streets. You're telling your story according to you because people are making assumptions about you, which is something that's prompting him to stay online because he wants to tell his own story. That's how I feel, because he's doing it to stop us from assuming. So he's telling us as it is what's going on. Maybe he might go a little bit off topic, someone who might be on heavy medications as well right now, and also had gone a little bit far, a little bit way deeper by going deeper and deeper with God deeper. So I just think he'll come back to reality. We just have to be patient with him and not to be too judgmental and not to, to fuel it up when he's going off track. So while he's live, we can guide him. If we talk to him, just have your opinion, which is valid, and he'll have a valid conversation with you, man to man. Even in his state, he can have a really reasonable conversation with someone. He's not mad. He's someone who's suffering from depression.
And Mandishona said after being provoked outside, he now wants to come in to fight
That's
us.
Good. That's good.
So, has C2C worked?
C2C is in progress. It's just starting. It's just the beginning. So, under construction. And it's all happening here.
Here in person. Can you imagine? Do you know what Mandishona looks like?
No.
I'll let him in the office.
No, but do you know what he looks like?
No.
No.
So how can we build a community of people we don't know what they look like? Now
that's me.
He's a human being.
I'm a human being, but you know, that's me.
Thank you. Now at least I know what you look like.
Can you see him?
I'm seeing the face is familiar.
Yeah,
yeah. Yeah, no, I can see.
Remove the comments. It's blocking the bottom screen. If you can just move the comments.
So let's remove the screen.
All right.
No, I'm now.
Mandona.
That was good.
I'm going to mandu.
Ndinovacho saka
so okay, go ahead.
Handachingoita zvekutexta because pane zvandandichita panapa iFriday saka ndambe nchiti ndikamboti ndomboti
ndohoza yacho
fesi yacho ndakamboivhara because ndambe ndichitukwa, ndakabvira kara ndichitukwa kudhara ndisati ndaita anything saka ndikati zvekutukwa handizvikwanisi.
So Wamandishona, and now our 4. Is it brotherhood of men or a separation of men?
And Rakudzuseva.
That tiri vatatu, my brothers, friends of Mukoma Masimba, not Vuvuzela of Mukoma Masimba. So can we induct you into the community of 4, where we all are human beings, as you said rightly?
I think, I think that's very important. So the point that I was trying to put across, Ndiyekuti, every time I was coming to this platform, I didn't come to the platform as a profession or as an expert or anything like that. I was just coming as just an individual with the view to acknowledge what you are doing as part of the community. So, yeah. So obviously, for me, you find that I've been very critical because I'm not going to agree to anything that anyone is saying, but I need to have a very critical view based on what I know. So, equals, I can't just talk about something that I don't know and I claim to know. This is the argument that I've been trying to put across.
So you and Mukoma Masimba are friends then, because he's saying, Mandishona, you are not my expert. So
yeah, he's a stubborn child. Kana kuzimneti takamudisciplina is a child. Mona anonzwisisa. Mona anoda
no,
kuita
but I'm
majokes.
saying is, do you agree that history has no memory?
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I
That's what I
totally
did
agree.
yesterday, even the Gajadodi.
Yeah,
It doesn't mean tomorrow I'll eat it.
that's true.
That's true.
Yeah?
So what I'm saying to you, imimi anditongwachauroti, you are not an expert to any of these things that we are talking about.
That's right.
I'm just here to share the knowledge that I have.
But Tikangosivana Chete, because of Mukoma Masimba, like yesterday I met one from Mukoma Masimba. He called me and connected with us, and she made, I didn't know him. Now I know him. And for me, we eat not for the this tragedy or whatever is going on, because I also don't know what the facts are. And every day I try to understand, but I'm more confused than ever. So I don't have a better understanding. So
I don't expect everyone to know, because since I worked in different departments of health, I thought I knew a lot. I had knowledge about quite a lot of things. But as you learn, as you go through, you learn quite a lot of things. So for me, the why I'm here is because of Mukoma Masimba. And there's no way out I could have, ignored the situation. And I've never, ever done video.
But
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get, like we're saying, building community power. For now, let's just talk about what we can do. I was talking to Russ, and he was saying, no, he loves design work. He loves structures. And how do I go about C2C to build a community of design minds so that we can celebrate standards of structures and what materials are we going to use? He is an expert in his own area. So are you. So here we just want to see how best do we build connected people to start having structures so that we can move forward and know where to access resources and know what we can do. That's all.
I think I can hear you in that context. I think probably I was more connected to the issue that has been burning, but I totally agree to build structures, building community, that comes with whatever knowledge we have in any platform, and we share what we know for the sake of us. Obviously, our identity is Zimbabwean. So
No, I'm
obviously,
saying is even the idea of what we are as identity. We may disagree, but let's contest it. Who am I? Am I Zimbabwean or am me? Is Zimbabwe a construct? But it's not for today. I'm just saying is let's have communities where we talk about identity.
Yeah, so Mr. Mawere, topic here, it's so deep. In any, I do quite a lot of research, quite a lot in homelessness. That's the area of specialty that I understand quite well. But language, shandisa manch. This is not language, understand when everyone. And it. So when you talk about,
I'm talking to Mandishona. Yeah. If you understand it, then we are for.
Yeah. But, so what I'm trying to say, if we it depends on what sort of audience that are we targeting. Are we helping?
No, we're not targeting anyone. Anyone
a group of us?
No, I'm saying I'm targeting you because you are here. You can speak for yourself, not on behalf of other people who are dark like me, who are dark like Russ. So at least I can see the two of you. You can't see me. Mm. So all I'm saying is I'm talking to you as a person. I spoke to Chimedza Freeborn. Chimedza, I want to be part of this community of shared understanding. Mm-hmm. So all I'm asking you as a person, do you understand me, the language, or you don't? If you don't, then let's go deep into it.
Yeah, so what I need to hear from you, every time we talk about something, we need to target a specific subject area. Then we know what we're talking. Like, let's say if I know something, if I want to share with you, for you to benefit what you don't know that I know, it does benefit you. Let's say, for example, I want to go into business of any kind. Let's talk about Bitcoins. How does it work? You can present a presentation to me for me to learn. But I don't come here to talk about something that I don't know. This is where I need to be very critical.
I think we are saying we may not be communicating. Maybe Freeborn, do you understand what I'm saying? That first I have to know you, then I fall in love with you. And when I know you, you don't have to be a professional or otherwise. Right now, we are just saying, let's build a community of diverse people. We are not saying let's convert ourselves into discussion, into arguments, into expertise. No. Within that community, like Australia is one community, within that community, you get Greeks, you get Italians, you get Filipinos, you get Chinese. But they're all Australian.
Mr. Mawere, could you please give us a working definition, a organization, please, if you don't mind?
Organization is like let's look at the Catholic Church that we're looking at. It has got a structure. Some are office bearers, some are not office bearers. But the fact that it exists, it means they can look at what rules to put in, what are the topical issues that they need to discuss. If it's abuse of children or women within the church, that's an issue. If it's about women becoming priests, that's an issue. If it's about homosexuals becoming priests, that's an issue that they then discuss within the family of Catholics. But in a structured manner. But within the faith, there are doctors, there are these nurses, there are everybody, gardeners, there are farmers. They all belong to the Catholic faith. But you can't build a structure for one person. But you need believers in the cause. Those who believe in it will do something.
Yeah. So, Mr. Mawel, what I want to gather from here, because I get very confused quite a lot. What is it that you want to achieve from any individual, from us? What is
No,
it that you? Yeah.
what I don't have an ambition. All I'm saying is I'm just provoking people to talk to the issue of organization, that let's have a voice that we can then use to advance the individual interest in it, that one person can do so much, but where do we congregate? What platform is it? What kind of issues? Those people, the people who are in it, will then decide. Let's talk about architecture today. How do architects come together? You may find that there is a society of architects in every country. There is a society of lawyers, of doctors. Those societies are what builds the profession. It's not how smart I am, because anyone can penetrate the profession and
True.
end up calling himself an architect when he's not an architect. How do we self-regulate? Those things to me are common cause, but you don't go there to say, let's argue about architecture or mental condition of somebody. Just to know you, Mandishona, is enough.
Okay. So, would you be able to give an example of any success from the subject that you're talking from other communities, so that I
Yeah,
can have a good understanding? Yeah.
FIFA is an association of football associations. So it's there. It has a structure. It has
Yeah.
order.
So I'll give you an example. When I was actually in New Zealand, we had a group, yeah, my Africans, to just help, especially those, parents that didn't know about the system, especially like child abuse and all the stuff. So we actually built an association that had actually members. Let's say, for example, a child was taken for any institution, would actually be there to support them and tell the authorities to say, we are from such a country, and people still got quite a lot to learn because of civil wars and all the other stuff. So we had actually a good institution, with all the members. So for me, that one was quite good. It was quite successful. There was quite a lot of success stories around that.
No, I'm saying those are the things that you share in the community.
Yeah.
To say, I'm a part of the Rotary Club. It's a global organization. I'm part of JCI. It's a global organization. I'm part of this or that, doctors. I'm part of the Medical Association. And we are trying to maintain standards to promote and protect the profession. I'm part of the journalism, so that even when those who are abusing the name of journalism can also be put to task. Why do you call yourself journalists when other young people who want to grow up, or old people who want to write things, and you are writing falsehoods? And you are dividing people through gossip, through rumors, speculation, superstition. Then we can be able to say, as consumers of news, this is not right. It's not fair. And we improve the standards for everybody so that you and me can talk to each other, than for us to start saying we are here, it's money, Masimba has asked for money. When I just told you that I've had more than 20 people he has referred to this to say, I don't want your money, but you want to help me. And they confirmed. And they said, notwithstanding, we want to put money because money can solve problems. Whatever you do with it, Mawere, send it to Masimba, help him. So that it's not your burden alone. You have already given enough time to this problem. And people are just talking and talking. One guy yesterday, he was irritated with talking. He says, I got my money. I want to pay. And for me, I've written it off. Don't even think of anything. I can share with you the audio. He's saying, look, I have been touched by Mukoma Masimba personally, and I can testify to it. If it was Trevor, no, I'll pay. If it was Beyonce, I'll pay. Even when Michael Jackson is dead, I'll buy music.
I think, Mr. Mawere, you got to understand that we're coming back to example ya Mukoma Masimba. This issue ya Mukoma Masimba has been very traumatic to everyone who actually been following Mukoma Masimba. So people are heavily emotional about everything that is going on. The fact you put anything that
I'm not talking about people now. I'm just saying
I'm just saying
let's localize it so that we don't talk about people we don't know. I got Freeport here.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to reflect from what you're actually saying, that you had someone who said, I don't, who actually contributed quite a lot. But what I'm trying to say to you is everyone is very emotional about that subject. The fact Yekuti, he has been a role model himself to quite a lot of people. That EOO is touching to people. And then you've got you as Mr. Mawere involved in a discussion when actually people are actually, very affected. So it's very confusing. And at the same time, you're talking about this subject, and that subject touches Masimba in a way. That's how.
All I'm saying is, Wamandi Shona,
Yeah.
Freeborn already spoke to that. He disabused that notion. He has already said C2C has nothing to do with Mukoma Masimba.
But you're actually saying it, but in actual fact, that's not the reflection that is coming
you
from
may
your side.
decide yourself to say, I don't believe, I'm superstitious, this thing is Mukoma Masimba, it's C2C, it's about money. That's fine. But I'm saying is
that's not what I'm saying. Anything to do with money at the moment is not the right therapy.
No, but to you, I'm saying we are trying to have a conversation. You, Freeborn, Ras. We are four. Just speak for yourself, not speak for the millions that you may export yourself into.
Ms. Mahuer, it's a critical view of things. I'm saying what I feel would be necessary to be said in this discussion. So we can't actually say something without any basis. The reason why we're talking
now.
Do
you believe in majority rule?
It depends on what sort of
All right, we are four
we're
people.
talking about.
Let's give other. You have given your opinion. Yeah, but you also are talking on behalf of other nameless, faceless people.
I think when I was actually talking, because andikuza my points, you may choose either to take what I'm saying, or you may choose to twist what I'm saying.
Okay.
There are two things here. The reason why I'm here, the person who brought me to talk to you right now is Mr. MM. Then at the same time, we're talking about building communities. Where did we draw this subject from? This subject This subject came from something that happened that touches everyone. Then you gave examples like how did the Roman Catholic started and the structure and all the other stuff, the association, the FIFA. For them to be able to do the FIFA, they realized there was something that happened for them to be able to form that organization. There's a reason why that organization was formed.
Okay.
Either to set rules, discipline, financial management, quality of football, and entertainment. There's sort of things that they see that was important that time to form the organization. Then, coming back to this subject, I'm saying to you, you are listening to other parts, then you are trying to discount other parts that may be relevant to this discussion. That's the point I'm trying to make.
But what you are missing is that I raise the issues to balance it. You are raising it to say this is the only way. You may have been part of FIFA's organization when it was set up. Unfortunately, I wasn't there. All I know is that there are institutions that are set up and they do provide a service. I have established many.
So, Mr. Mawere,
I can only talk about my experiences.
Yeah, but we can't form an association without a purpose. We need to draw.
No, we can't say that. Let also learn from others. If you are asking me, Ms. Mawere, what have been your experiences in building institutions? I can give you mine. You can give me yours. It doesn't mean that we are right or wrong. All I can give you is my own perspective.
Yeah, I totally agree. But what I'm trying to say to you
but
is,
the moment
for us,
you are now trying to tell me what to say and what to believe, what is right or wrong, then I get confused.
No, and then I'm not telling you how to do what you have to do. You've got your inner world thinking and outer world thinking. But what I'm trying to draw from this subject matter, building communities, how do we go about it?
I'm just trying that there are four of us with different views. We don't build it by me and you monopolizing because you are repeating the same thing that Freeborn said. He said, I know the distinction between C2C and Mukoma Simba's condition. But you are not accepting his view.
I'm lost here. Which conversation was it?
No, you are saying right now. You remember when you were here earlier on the same platform? Freeman, did you talk to that issue? Freeborn, did you talk to that issue? The issue of C2C versus Mukoma Masimba's condition.
Yes, and the correlation.
Okay, maybe you may repeat in case Mandishona missed it.
Maybe I missed that point.
Okay, I don't know if I can speak to it from a personal level. I used to follow Mukoma Masimba back in the day, maybe 5 years ago, just around about Chita Zukufaya Nanakeda TV back in the day, before everyone blew up somewhere somehow. Nana Bastop TV and the like, and the like. I used to follow that. And then I got out of that scene. Facebook. I went to YouTube more in terms of content. I found it to be shallow. The Zimbabwe community. So plus I was thirsty for knowledge. So YouTube is a huge resource. Most of you are watching from Facebook. I'm actually watching on YouTube right now. That's the thing. I'm using YouTube. You guys are using Facebook. So the time that I went to watch one of Mr. Mawere's shows, because I follow Mr. Mawere, and here on YouTube actually he only had about 400 followers, so it wasn't a lot, a huge community. And when he was live, it was hardly many people, maybe 5 or 6 people would be watching live. And most of the videos actually he did were pre-recorded videos, and I would comment. So I'd been a follower of Mr. Mawere, but I had been a prior follower of Mukoma Masimba. I had not unsubscribed, but that's the thing, I just stopped paying attention. So when I now encountered Mukoma Masimba with Mr. Mawere, I was like, okay, what's going on here? So the platform was open for us to come in and have this discussion with Mukoma Masimba. So I spoke to Mukoma Masimba. Mukoma Masimba asked what I did, where I was, and I gave him the history. But I love you, Mukoma Masimba. I respect you. I followed you. Go deeper. But some of the stuff I don't agree with. That's me. But then the conditions of Mukoma Masimba started to come to light. Because I don't do gossip, so I've never heard all this stuff. So he's the one who actually told me, look, this go deeper spirit took me to the streets. I left my wife. I've been doing drugs, all sorts of drugs, and I've been drinking quite a lot. And the kind of spirit here go deeper and bad. Uh, that is what happened. But in the my prior discussions, really particular life, and I challenged certain individuals who profess to have spiritual power. And I challenged them. Kuti kana pane zvamunogona kuita, then do it to me. I want to see if you have those powers. I go deeper spirit here. So there was a program that was aired, Quartet Tilda, and certain things were said about Mukoma Masimba, yet he was not there. And people came to conclusions and assumptions about Mukoma Masimba's condition. And I think it even came out in the press the following day. So,
Hello?
hello? Right. So when Mukoma Masimba asked me, can you combine these two videos? Because on this show, Mr. Mawere contacted Attitude to try and get Mukoma Masimba to tell his side of the story. But she said, Kutijo, I don't repeat shows. I think I gave you the chance to come and air your views or your opinion. But you could not, I could not get a hold of you. He gave of course, I could not get in touch because of his prior engagement and alluding to his conditions. That's how I came to find out about what's been going on as to Mukoma Masimba from that show. And then now coming to where we are today. Right? The existence of C2C was there as Mr. Mawere had been doing what he had been doing. But then now you find him to be talking to Mukoma Masimba and saying, look, I came to Mr. Mawere. Mr. Mawere is not the one who came to me. I'm the one who came to Mr. Mawere and said that condition Yandiri is people assuming too many things. There's a lot of expertise. And he brought a few people also, right? Shamari Zangu and the like, and Sabina to speak of this condition. So this is an ongoing saga. So what Mr. Mawere here is an organizer, we are looking at it, okay, as C2C, this situation. And Mukoma Masimba is also of that same mind. Look, my situation, had I been part of a solid community, a true community, my situation would have been helped easy. Rather than perhaps is finding out that the community, so-called community, exercised him, banished him, banned him, blocked him from many of their platforms. under the assumption with Akupenga, they already gave the diagnosis themselves, yet they are not in any way professional to diagnose with Akupenga. You don't have the right to say something like that. Anyone to Akupenga, kusina no qualifications. It's an insult of the highest order. Just my opinion.
And okay, go ahead, Mr. Manshona.
Yeah, I think I understood. I think the issue around Yekuti diagnosing, I think it'd be unfair to say people actually diagnosed him, but common sense will tell you there's something not right. When you're banned from a platform, I think my platform is ethics, and I've heard Mukoma Masimba talk about this. Quite a lot of thuggery, fighting in social media. He was talking about it, but he didn't realize he was actually doing the same thing.
No, I'm just saying
Yeah.
we have Freeborn. He has given his account.
Yeah,
And
that's right.
you
Yeah.
have given yours. So they stand. We are not here to start arguing about.
No, I'm not arguing. Yeah.
He is saying that, contrary to you, there is a clear distinction, and he had stopped following Mukoma Masimba, and he is interested in building a community. He is married to someone they can call white. His child, some people may call colored. But the daughter is just a human being like you and me. Identity, what do I belong to? Am I Swedish? Am I Zimbabwean? Fortunately, the wife stayed in Zimbabwe for some time, and she associates fully with the Zimbabwean culture, or what we call Zimbabwean culture. But some people may say you can't get land. And if he goes to Zimbabwe and say the father of my child is a colored, I want land to be allocated land, they may deny her and the child because she happens to be something else. But these people are living together. How do we learn from what Freeborn is talking about? He is in Sweden. He could be in Zimbabwe. He is passionate about Zimbabwe. And he just wants to belong to a community of progressive people. And he sees also this issue of Mukoma Masimba as one way of getting to know other people, so that he may be able to do what he's doing in a different way, in an efficient way, through connecting with other people. And the reason I knew him, Mukoma Masimba called me and says, Mr. Mawera, I need someone. I lost my videos on social media. So all the content that I generated over the years is gone. Because his own page, Mukoma Masimba, was blocked. So he wanted to extract some of the content that we had stored on our side, so that he can give it to an editor for what he called his own book. So that's what he told me. And I said, no problem. If you are banned somewhere and you believe you got content, fine. And some of that content relates to issues of externalization, issues of SMM. So I said, by all means, for the last 16 years, ministers, politicians, they would come and see me. They say something. When they go to Zimbabwe, they say something else. Even when you tell them that this is the truth, you give them documents, and they will not want to touch it because they believe what they want to believe. So he says, Mr. Mawere, I have now understood something that I never understood. that when you tell people the truth and give them everything they need to satisfy themselves, they still believe what they want to believe. And I find myself in the same, that people can buy dummies, can do this. So I've come back home. I know when you are saying it, because you are the person affected by this, people don't believe you. So, Ms. Mandishona, you may know me. You know, I've not lived in Zimbabwe since 1988. You understand?
Yeah, I do
How
understand
many
you.
people argue with me and say you ran away because of ZANU-PF? And when I say that's not true, they say you are an apologist of ZANU-PF. Just for saying, please get your facts correct. I sent documents to them to show that I became a citizen of South Africa before the problems came about. And when they introduced the new constitution, I went to court on the issue of dual citizenship. When they refused to give me a passport and ordered his office not to issue passport because the law says you can't be dual citizen. And the new constitution said you can be. I had to go to the constitutional court. And I got an order for him to issue me with a Zimbabwean passport and ID. You may not know that. Yeah. So these are things that Mukoma Masimba has been learning from me. To say what you call fact may not be fact. Some journalists, even renowned journalists, if you give them the fact, they'll rather deal with the issue of drugs, Jaji, to get attention in the world, because they think they are going to get the president out because of corruption. But they are not interested in doing that. So they will. So another young man, we have a group called Towards Media Excellence under C2C, just to perfect this issue of reporting what it is. So he says, Mukoma, I'm going to go and approach Mduduzi Matutu, Zim Life. And he gave him judgments which show that the government will have judgment against, but they still went ahead to change share register without a court order. And they don't respect the rule of law. And he says it's too old, I can't use it. But when it comes to other corruption cases where they think the person who is the victim is one they like, they all rally behind it. They tell South Africans, they say, okay, come tell us where the corruption is. 2 weeks ago, I had the Job Zikala send a message to me. I said, who are you? He says, no, Mukoma Ndrikuno South Africa, when he was in Zimbabwe. You understand? And he's telling me he's in South Africa so that I can do a live show to say he's in South Africa and Zimbabwe, they're looking for him. Then 2 days later, I hear he's arrested in Zimbabwe. But in that conversation, I said, how is it going? South Africa is going to intervene and corruption is a big thing. I said, which one? He says the drugs, 60 million went. I said, do you have facts, Job? He didn't have facts. I can play the audio and you hear him himself. Then he says, Mukoma, I didn't know about this. So I said, but there are people in prison on remand talking about money that never exchanged hands. Then you have Jonathan Chasi got fired. He says he was fired because he was investigating a deal involving the president. That deal never took place. Even after Nick Mangwana said the deal was never signed. So there was no money that exchanged hands. Up to now, Jonathan has not apologized. He said within 48 hours, I'll bring all the V11s. Up to now, there's no V11s. Then you have the elections. And then say, okay, I've written a book, Excelgate. Why didn't you put the evidence in court? Edmund Kuzai, Jonathan said, you are a journalist. So that's the last time I spoke to Kuzai to say, what is this Excelgate nonsense? You are a journalist. If you have evidence, why didn't you produce it? But why this tendency to use fake information to create news? And then you get following. You get people who follow you and say, yes, this is, but then it becomes a flat tire. You put air into a flat tire, where do you expect to go?
No way.
Yeah. So when you talk about this, and Masimba is somebody who would call me at midnight and say, Ms. Mawere, tell me, let's go deeper. That's where it came from. I said, don't accept everything that is written. So when I challenge on Twitter, even Jonathan Moyo, he becomes angry because they are not used to being challenged. But they want to tell the public something that is not true. Somebody says he's sick, he's got HIV/AIDS. They believe it. So that's the angle he came to me to say, I learned a lot from this platform. So it's not just about me saying Mawere. It's the lessons I've learned. And I know people don't follow. There are people who tell me Mawere is this, Mawere that, Mawere angari munhu wamunangagwa, akatora makam, akazodaya, akazotiza, whatever. And all that he knows is not true. But he has a problem talking to people about what he knows to be untrue. And that's the only reason I got associated. I've met lawyers, big lawyers, ministers, presidents. Do you know that? And
Yeah,
they can't,
I know. Yeah.
they don't even read. I met Changirai, Magaisa, gave them the document. Well, they were in government. BT, while he was Minister of Finance, I can show you the letters. He never read one of the letters. Because in his mind, he believes Mawere is a ZANU-PF project. Tagwirei is a new version of Mawere. So as far as they're concerned, these people must be obliterated. So if you have that and you know that, and you see this is a society, there's a Zimbabwe problem. Mukoma Masimba, he brought Temba to the show while I was there. Temba Muliswa is the person who is related to Munanga, who is the chairman of the portfolio committee on mines. He goes to the mine saying we do this, we do that. I said there's a report that was done by Chindori Chininga's committee. Have you read it? He doesn't read anything. Meanwhile, he's telling everyone in the committee to say no.
Temba, I don't understand him, to be honest.
I don't. But when you tell people, they say he's the most popular, he's the most hardworking MP.
No, people, they don't know him. I know him very well from England. I was in England before.
Luton.
Yeah, Luton.
I visited him in Luton. Even when he was fired, he was in my office. He was on the radio station. Immediately he got back as MP. He came with young people saying, we are yard, we are this. Mukoma, can you help him? I hope. But after that, you can't believe that is the same Temba.
It's got multiple characters. Zinongoti, Chero, and then I don't trust him anyway. So
no, I know he's not alone, but this is the practice. That these guys who are in politics, they'll tell you one, they say, why are you recording people? Well, I have to record them because tomorrow they come and meet you, they fleece you. Then immediately afterwards, they go and gossip about you again.
Yeah, I met him several times. But I don't know I don't know why they want from
They don't know because Mama Dishona, about those things. We can't build a community out of lies.
No, we can't.
Out of extortion.
We can't.
But that's the Zimbabwe you have.
Yeah, that system is it's a bad system.
But we are making it because if you give Mukoma Masimba to say, let's talk about SMM, he's better than a lawyer, you know that. And he can speak on his own feet. And yet there's no audience. They want to talk about Madodi. They want to say, like somebody says, Brother Chimeta. So when he posted the video on Facebook eating poo, but I don't know whether it's poo. But what he wants you to believe is that it's poo. What they want you to believe, Mawere ran away. He externalized funds in Zimbabwe. And they take that as fact. And you're convicted. That's why they said, let's build a community of shared understanding. So Mawere was prove what you are saying.
I think I can actually get where you're coming from and what you're saying. Yeah, based on the examples that were up, I think I can actually get where you're coming from.
That's all I'm saying, Wamandishona. It's not about Mukoma Masimba, but I've seen this sickness. I even sent President Kaunda to go and see Mugabe. Met with Mugabe and nothing happened. Yeah. So how do you deal? How do you run? How many people knew that Mugabe was not in control? Yeah?
Yeah,
How many
was.
people know that the coup took place earlier than what we think?
Yeah.
And yet the public thought Mugabe was in control. His wife was going to be successor. How many people were sold that dummy?
Yeah, I think only those few, Vana Jonathan and Moy, I think they were on their own world. I guess
they were selling that dummy. That's truth. And how many people believed it and got so angry, agitated? How many people are angry with Masimba? And the same people were angry with it's true. 1 + 1 is 2. And this woman is going to be the prime president. How does she enter? That's what brought the coup. And Jonathan running Kusapezi, Vashtaura about technocracy taking over, but we can put Sekeramai. He's not a thinker like us. We are
I find it very unusual. Professor Neta order. I don't understand.
But how many people buy it like poo? Like shit. Professor.
Murume mukuru anoteererwa nevanhu, murume mukuru anobehave kunge like a child. Professor. I find it very bizarre.
He understands what propaganda is.
Yeah, but where else do you see someone like that? I've never seen.
Mukoma Masimba is making a drama and says, "I'm looking for my mother." Which mother? How can you look for your mother when you know where your mother is? I'm going to Zimbabwe. I want to bring Zimbabwe. How do you bring Zimbabwe here to Australia? Hanzi nganga yakandi iri kuti mabhanda akandiroya vanoti ndataura nenganga Mawere. Hanzi nganga yakatora tiketi ikaenda Qantas ikaenda kuAustralia kunokandira chimoto.
Yeah.
Taura namai vacho, taura nehama dzacho. Ndikati kana hama dzacho tingataura naMukoma Masimba, then she must talk to him. But I'm not the one who invites him.
I think I was listening to that conversation. I don't know where I was when when that guy was on the platform. I think it is just an opportunist anyway.
Yeah,
I think
how many opportunities vanorapa corona, vanorapa HIV/AIDS, vakunamatira vokupa olive oil vokupa zvakati nemvura wonomwa mvura you still die. Yeah. So how many fake things are taking place in life?
Yeah.
And then ndoti Mukoma usanyora bhuku rako iwo vachida kuverenga fake. Yeah.
No one.
Handichaziva kuti munhu anorwara, but I've seen people who seemingly are okay vachinyepa.
But the like for things like for me, from my experience, kurwara kwamasimba, you can't see it through him. You can't see it, just see him talking, but you can see him how he's behaving, how he's handling himself, how he's breathing, the way he's living life. So you can make a list of things that he's doing, just observing the behavior from a distance.
No, I'm saying imimi ndima experts inini ndiri kungoti mental state yomunhu kana ndichitaura naye I also measure kuti iwe papa ndiri kutaura nawo mandishona. You are not stupid. You got balance, you got maturity, you are composed, and you have compassion. It's not that you are lost, you are delusional. Yeah. So it can't be that I can then say I judge you on the content of what we're discussing. Not the context of what your discussion is. Who am I to judge?
No, you're right. Yeah. Like,
So
for me,
I learned to stop there to say, okay, I respect your opinion and I've heard it, but obviously reality is something that is more complex than what I think.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And somebody may be dead and won't tell out Munaka for 10 years ago. In a room phone young
yeah, that's true. I was in that situation too. Looking for my friend from boarding school, only to realize after 10 years that he was dead. All the time I've been looking for him.
You can absolutely number.
Yeah, just one of those things.
Discover that I'm too small to be able to know everything. There are things that I just don't know, and there are things I would rather not comment on because I don't have all the facts.
Yeah, that's true.
And if a person tells me something that is false, who am I? I may doubt it, but I don't have any other way to measure it.
Yeah, I think from a critical view or through, the general aspect of it, it's good to be assertive, and you don't have to claim that you know everything, and you don't have to assume that everyone knows you know everything. So yeah.
So that's all we're saying. We are learning.
Yeah.
I don't go to the president. The same president knows everything. I was also surprised by Mugabe saying, "I don't know what you're saying. You think?" I said, "You are the one responsible for this law." He said, "I don't even know what the law says." Then when I told him what the law says, he says, "No, it can't be our law." So how does it work? Indosaina a bill into law. Those discover no complain. And when he started now asking who authorized this law, how did it pass through parliament? Then you know what they told him? Your Excellency, taenda kumakoti. Yeah, taenda kumakoti 25 times na mawere. And my court said they've given a clean bill health of this law. So if Mawere wants to fight us, he must go to the court. You as a head of state, you can't intervene. Because it's your law. You can't say I didn't know about it.
Yeah, so so I think we've got quite a lot to learn. Like for me, I think you said you left Zimbabwe 1988. I left in 1998.
Yeah. So 10 years later, but how many people think I was in Zimbabwe? Even all the 26 companies that they took over, I was
Yeah.
not living there. Ukaenda kuZimura, naitaura Mukoma Masimba, you go to Zimura and check kuti Mawere akamboena salary here. When did he last? When are the tax returns?
Yeah, I
Yeah?
think it was just grabbing. I think they were
No, it's
actually
not great.
desperate.
It's ignorance here, do Wamandishona. Because we are not. Let's go deeper now. Mukoma Masimba wachoka. Yeah, then you hear him talk about the things he discovered.
Yeah, I've noticed it because I've got quite a lot of examples. They amadzangu in politics, kuti how they were treated and how they contributed to the political system in Zimbabwe and how it ended from being someone committed to the wellness and improving my changes. Then when it ends, it ends badly.
Yeah, but it ends badly sometimes out of gossip, out of
So
innuendos.
Yeah, most likely gossip was the nature because I've met quite a lot of big people, even Okufa Manje. I've met him several times,
Eh,
and when you see those madara achitaura, it's all gossip. Ndakatozoona kuti vakadzi chaivo vanotori nani than madara munoona achimanya.
Ache. Varume chaivo ndo vanenge
Varume chaivo,
vachitorova gosipi vagokutaurira ngano. Mawere akazodai, Zvobu akazodai, uyu akazodai, wobvunza ndiani ari kutaurwa ipapo? Ndiwo uri kutotaurwa ipapo?
Kana ivo opposite sides acho iva vanenge vachidya sadza vese. I've seen it so many times.
Vese vanga varimo parliament vanokutaura kuti this is a ZANU government, this is a ZANU PF. Toti wakambotaura anything here? Nothing.
Yeah, they act, vanoact.
And even ukavadaidza paplatform papa, they won't come. Veopposition vacho they know everything.
Yeah, they won't come. I know.
Kana iri CNN, kana iri CNBC, munotoona vatomhanya.
Vanomhanya because they are getting an incentive from it. That's the problem. But mukaona vachidya sadza kumanhingirikini ikoko, vanenge vachiwirirana zvokuwirirana ikoko. Kana itoto nyaya, it's very sensitive zvangu to my stage reductions kwauti wanoitirana itoto. Inini I don't believe. I don't know how are they going to learn. This is where my problem is.
No, but it is you and I, like now, and takutaura. Tabva Masimba, takutaura in the community and it. Yeah, that's all. Because you are now saying, okay, let's bring Masimba. Titaure naye about this problem.
Yeah, pane basa. Ine bhatiri rangu rakupera ndapadhuze nokurara dzato 11 kuno.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Anyway, I'll be in touch.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Hello?